Hello, everyone. Welcome to my session on empowering your organization to build more automation with RPA. Before we get started with the session, I would like to thank our event sponsors, Microsoft, Platinum sponsors, HSO, Proximo 3, Docs42, PwC, Applied Information Sciences, Companion, CloudThing, Experian, Incremental, DQ Global, ATEC, Diski, and Squared. Thank you. I'm Anita Natarajan, and I'm a solutions architect at Applied Information Sciences. I also co-authored a white paper in collaboration with Microsoft PowerCat team on enterprise deployment for RPA and more in Power Automate. Been passionate about Power Platform, Power Automate, RPA, and Power Apps for the last 8+ years and continue to learn every day. This session is about sharing my knowledge while working through this white paper and helping you understand what an RPA solution looks like and how the deployment works and so forth. If you'd like to get connected with me, please do follow the LinkedIn link provided here. I'd be happy to connect and discuss with you on RPA or any other questions that you might have. Let's get started. Here's the agenda for today's session. We'll start by looking at some of the common challenges an organization faces as they are stepping into digital transformation journey. Then we will look at what comprises an RPA solution in Microsoft Cloud. We'll look at all the apps, components, services that comprises makes an RPA solution. We'll continue to look at Automation Center of Excellence and how a Center of Excellence can help alleviate the common challenges that an organization faces. Next, what we see here is holistic enterprise automation technique, which is a set of guidelines, best practices identified based on industry-wide experience that best worked in the past, put together to help an organization build a much more scalable and reliable solution for RPA in Microsoft Cloud. We will end the session by looking at a couple of COE models to help give an idea on how a tailor-made and COE can be for your organization needs. Let's first start by looking at the digitization challenges. Here is how I categorize some of the common challenges we face during the digital transformation journey. People, process, and tools. People is one of the key challenges because sometimes we miss having the right set of team members come together when we work on an automation project. Some organizations go heavy on the IT team where many times we hear this lack of documentation and so forth. So IT team ends up doing reverse engineering on an existing process and start building automation based on their understanding. And only to know at a much later time that there has been some gaps in the business process, which was not captured in the existing one. And over a period of time, the business process changed. So although we have an automation built, it didn't meet the business requirements. So it is best to have the right set of team members come together. Also, on the other end, with the low code, no code technology available for us, some organizations open up the platform for citizen developers to build automation. During this process, the citizen developers may be successful in building the automation for their business process, but have they been using the best practices? Are they familiar about the reusable components that they can use and build? So although a successful automation project, it may not be the most efficient way of building an automation. And this eventually will fail as the automation journey scales up. And next, let's look at the process. When we talk about process, what kind of discovery process that one goes through as they are identifying automation opportunities? Many a times an organization just jumps onto the core business and focuses on the core business and automating just that. during this journey, we miss on a lot more areas within the organization that can also benefit from automation. Hence, it's important for us to have the process defined on how we identify automation opportunities. Also, how are we going to measure success of this automation journey? Next, on to tools. Some organizations with a good intention invest in a lot of different tools to be more successful in this automation journey. But is it needed? Have we maximized our investment in one tool before we start looking at a second one and so forth? This is some of the key things some organizations miss to realize before making more and more investments on tools. We'll begin by looking at one of the most common use cases that involves a lot of manual processing and how an RPA transforms this into a much more efficient and productive automation process. One of the common use cases that we hear is processing invoices information manually. So some organizations do have an application that automatically processes the invoice, but data needs to be entered into the system. And most of the times, the information comes to the team as an email with a PDF attachment that contains all the invoice information and needs to be entered into this invoice processing application. And how do we do that? The user receives an email, manually download the invoice, and reads upon the data and inputs that information into an invoice processing system. For some organization, the system is an Excel, but for our demo purposes, we've set up a quick web form where they can enter this information. And let's see how we can automate this process. We can use the Cloudflow with the help of Cloudflow and Desktop Flow. We can automate this process anytime a user receives an email with an invoice attached. Cloudflow will get triggered and it automatically calls a desktop flow. Desktop flow with a few steps extracts information out of this PDF and enters the information into this web processing application, which is a web form that's being built. There are many other ways to extend this process by automating the invoice processing after entering into the system, but we will leave that for this demo. Let's take a look at this flow, cloud flow, where the trigger is an email being received with an invoice attached. Once an email is received, the next set of steps, what it does is to create this file in a OneDrive location and call desktop flow and pass on this file path. So the desktop flow can take this process forward. Let's take a look at the desktop flow on the steps it does. So as we look at the desktop flow, there is a main flow and a subflow. The main flow is set to extract information out of the PDF, and then it calls the subflow where it is launching this invoice processing application in a browser and enters this information to save it. Let's take a look at this current instance which was triggered when an email is received with an invoice attached. The next set of action it does is creating a file in OneDrive and passing that file path while calling a desktop flow. In just a little bit, you will see a desktop flow triggers a web form that enters in the invoice information like the vendor name, total due, invoice number, and so forth into the system and submits that invoice for further processing. While we know a Cloudflow instance can be expanded to look at every individual step, let's look at the monitor section within Power Automate. Here we can see that it's capturing the Cloudflow activity and as well as the desktop flow runs. Looking at the Cloudflow activity, we do see a high-level history on how many successful runs we have had and failures. All this information is being captured without taking any additional measures. But how we use this information for better proactively reacting when there is a failure encountered and so forth is a strategy that we have to establish while we are planning for an RPA solution. Let's take a look at the desktop flow runs. Just like how we have detailed information for every instance of Cloudflow run, there is also similar experience you will get for each desktop flow run. Let me open up an instance. For each instance, Every step is detailed out, and for each step, you can see the input and the output details that comes along with it. This is a helpful metrics that's available for us, and it would feed into how we plan on monitoring strategy for this RPA solution. Having looked at the demo, you now have a good idea on how RPA can be a big part in your organization and in your automation journey. Now let's take a look at all the underlying components and services that made it possible for us to build that automation process. Here's a look at the bird's view of what an RPA solution looks like. There's so many different apps, components, and services that makes an RPA solution. In most likely, when we talk about RPA, we think about a cloud flow, a desktop flow, and a virtual machine. At the most, and a machine connectivity or an on-premises gateway. This is what we think of when we talk about RPA often. Um, so let's start looking at the top layer. That's being exactly what's represented within the Power Platform environment. And we also have Dataverse, right, where all the flow session information is being logged. And then we have this Power Automate desktop environment. It could be either in the Azure infrastructure or in your on-premises infrastructure, depending on where you have these virtual machines set up. If it is in the Azure infrastructure, then you have an Azure resource group, like an Azure subscription defined, and that hosts the virtual machines. And you also can utilize the Azure Key Vault service for encrypting any of the connection details, username, password, application passwords, and so forth. And if you have a Power Automate desktop in an on-premises environment, you connect to the on-premises environment using the machine gateway or an on-premises gateway and connect to the desktop flow installed within the VM, on-premises VM. This is not just what an RPA solution is about. There is a lot more about it, right? Remember, we talked about measuring your success by logging the right set of data and also monitoring the flow, be it a desktop flow or a cloud flow, but the flow sessions. And you do that by enabling auditing. And that's where comes the M365 Compliance and Security Center, where you can enable auditing to proactively monitor the flow sessions, not just that, but also the resource management in terms of virtual machines and so on. We can also establish a data loss prevention policy to ensure um, any connection to restricted information is limited to certain environments or certain resources. Endpoint protection talks about device management, managing the resources at the virtual machine being an endpoint. What kind of devices are we allowing to be able to access these cloud flow and desktop flow resources? Are we handling the sensitive information within these flows, from masking that information being shown to any users that are being part of the business process? And underlying all this, we have this identity and access management, which is the core of the cloud services, right? We have this Azure Active Directory as the identity service provider. And you can establish on top of this a set of role-based control, which limits or governs access to be it a Power Platform environment or be it an Azure resource or audit logs or anything like that. So identity and access management becomes the core of the whole RPA solution. And license management is also another key part. Many a times we do not think about licensing until we reach the maximum capacity. Hence, it is important to understand the licensing needs for running an RPA solution and make the right choices during the initial stages. on the right side, you see the life cycle management. Um, we are quite familiar, I mean, assuming we are quite familiar with the Power Platform environments, Azure environments, and so forth. So we are building a lot more components, apps as part of this automation solution. And how are we going to deploy this solution from one environment to another environment, be it a test, a dev, and prod environment? How are we going to move this solution across all these different environments? Listed under lifecycle management are a few tools that will help automate the solution deployment process across environments. And the last thing we see here is the logging and monitoring. As I keep repeating how important it is for you to be able to measure the success of an RPA solution, it is key to be able to log the data and also build some kind of analytics out of that data that is being logged. There are so many tools and services available within the Microsoft Cloud. A few are being listed out here, but based on your organization needs, based on your current investment, you'll be the right one to choose the right tool. This is what we see as different apps and components that can make up an RPA solution. And this is to remember, this is a three cloud solution, right? It involves M365, it involves Azure services and apps and functions. And we have this Power Platform as well, where we are building this automation using the desktop flow. All these different aspects of RPA needs to be looked at. And there are many more services that are not captured in this diagram. Please remember that this is just to give you an idea on how you can set up an RPA framework. Based on your organization needs, there may be components that you may not be using. There may be services, some other services that you may be pulling in and so forth. And it can still be a successful RPA solution. We started this session by discussing some of the common challenges in digital transformation. Now we have a good understanding of RPA is and how it can be a big part of your automation journey. Now let's take a look at how can we mitigate those challenges using the Center of Excellence. Center of Excellence in general allows an organization to improve the reach of critical expertise throughout the organization, not just focusing on one core business. The three aspects that we saw: people, process, and tools. When we talk about people, Fusion Team is a concept that is starting to grow within the industry. Fusion Team, as it states, brings in a core group of people that comes with a varied set of skill sets. We'll have business members also joining this team who have extremely good knowledge on the business process. We also have IT team members representing the technical aspect of it. Having the business experts join this automation journey also increases the adoption. Many a times, adoption becomes a challenge as we go through a transformation. Since we have the business team involved, we can eliminate any gaps in the requirements, also gets them excited about this new journey that they are being part of. Hence, they start advocating about this new automation process and increases the adoption. Encourage a nurturing environment within the organization wherein we constantly share the success stories with other business units and encourage them to join this automation journey. Let's take a look at the process. When we start an automation journey, a discovery process is a key, followed by a strong application backlog process. Once we have identified the process that needs to be automated and have a strong backlog, it provides us a good estimate on the workloads ahead of us and helps us do better planning in terms of repeatable process, a scalable framework to be laid out based on the workloads and so forth. Also, it is important to be able to measure the success. Hence, during this process discovery, Also ensure that the right set of data is being collected out of this automation process for us to be able to measure the success and realize the benefits out of this journey. Next, let's look at the tools. We do have the opportunity to use the low code, no code platform, and Microsoft is the big advocate of that. And Power Platform is being successful mainly because it allows the low code, no code development in high scale. And the other aspect to think about it is before investing in multiple tools, make sure that you have realized the maximum out of your current investment. For example, if you already have a Microsoft 365 licensing, then you can utilize the Azure cloud as well as the Power Platform to build an RPA process rather than investing in another tool that comes with its own infrastructure. The infrastructure is already laid within the Microsoft cloud, hence we make the maximum benefit out of it. Now let's look at get a high level overview on what an RPA solution looks like in Microsoft Cloud. This is in no way a tutorial on how to build an RPA project using a cloud flow or a desktop flow. Rather, we are going to look at different aspects of building an RPA solution and the best guidelines and best practices. We will be talking through all those to be successful in this journey. Now let's walk through on an approach that we can take in building a center of excellence for your organization. Holistic enterprise automation technique is a set of guidance, best practices, tools, and documentations put together to help an organization deploy the automation platform and manage the entire life cycle of an automation project. Any members of the COE, Automation Center of Excellence, can utilize these best practices, guidelines, and documentations to achieve their cloud adoption goals. This approach is divided into 6 different phases: empower, discover and plan, design, build and test, deploy and manage, secure and govern, and nurture. The phases are named pretty intuitively, but let's take a deep dive on each of these phases to understand key strategies and concepts that we have to understand before we move on to the next phase. One of the challenges that we talked about during a digital transformation is people related. And empower is a phase where you can immensely take actions to mitigate that challenge by empowering the key business stakeholders on the RPA capabilities and allowing them to make learned decisions on be it on identifying a use case or a business process for automation or for identifying the right time to run an automation project. Also, having a fusion team is a key concept during this phase of RPA project. General perception of shadow IT is, and a project is being run on a much more inconsistent or a non-compliant platform since the IT involvement is linked. And Fusion team addresses that concern. When we talk about Fusion team, we have experts coming from all different aspects of an automation project, be it from the business process side or from the RPA technology side or from the infrastructure or from the network, the compliance, the security. We have all the experts working together as a Fusion team and limit the gap of having any unclear requirements on the business process. Also helps them develop faster than ever before because we have the experts working together. In this phase of discover and plan, here are a few key actions that we'll have to take. And the first being where the COE members and the business come together and run a discovery process. There are tools available to run a discovery process, process mining, process advisor, to do an analysis of an existing processes and recommend automation on those processes. Oftentimes, the key challenge is identifying the right process to automate. We may end up discovering a lot more process that needs automation, but not all of those can be automated at the same time. Hence, having a strong application backlog and a prioritization pattern will help identify the key automation process, key business process to be automated. Also, having an application backlog provides an estimate on the future workloads and allows the team to do better planning in terms of infrastructure, platforms, environments, security, compliance, and many aspects of an RPA project. So the next key step is to do infrastructure planning. Desktop flow needs to be run on a virtual machine. So the key question here is how is this virtual machine hosted? If it is going to be in Azure, then plan for Azure subscription and resources. Or if it is going to be an on-premises, establish connection between the cloud services and the on-premises. And if it is, should this virtual machine be running at all times or only on key business hours? So these are few key decisions that you will have to be thinking about during this infrastructure planning. Let's look at the account provisioning. Once we have the infrastructure set up, Azure Active Directory being the key identity service provider for Microsoft Cloud, we will have to make the best investment on this identity service provider and build role-based access controls that provides limits access to the resources to key members of the COE. For Azure subscription, be it all the Azure resources and services, planning the access control for Power Platform environment, on the compliance platform as well, enabling auditing, who has access to the audit logs, and building the dashboards. So planning all these access controls becomes key. And the final step within this phase is security and governance. We'll have to plan for endpoint protection if there is any network access controls need be established for the tenant. How is sensitive information being processed or handled within the flow, cloud, be it a cloud flow or a desktop flow? Have we taken enough measures to mask this information from being exposed? These are questions that we'll have to ask ourselves to have a better planning. Please refer to the white paper. It has an extensive checklist pattern, helps you govern all aspects while you're planning, while you're in the discover and plan phase in building your automation platform. Building a robust automation solution requires well-defined design principles that will build the foundation for scale, security, and compliance. At this time, I would like to refresh your memory on what comprises of an RPA solution. It has a Power Platform environment aspect to it. There's an Azure resources and subscriptions part of it. We also have a Power Automate desktop environment hosted either in an Azure virtual machine or on an on-premises environment. There will be possible interaction with the third-party applications. In our demo, we used an invoice processing application for capturing invoice data. Likewise, there are scenarios where we will be using third-party application services, also possibly tapping into third-party data sources as well. So all these comprises of an RPA solution. And when you look at the tenant, we may have more than one environment. We most likely will have more than one environment, a dev, test, and a prod environment at the minimum. So we have to think about application lifecycle management and how we can safely and securely deploy this RPA solution from one environment to another environment, making sure all the security aspects are intact and all the platform requirements are met, irrespective of what environment we are in. Here's a few key aspects within the design phase as we discussed. Establishing a good environment strategy, enabling credential management process, be it a flow service account. There will be many accounts that you will one needs to set up for a successful RPA solution to be built. a flow service account, possibly an unattended VM account to access the VM, application account for accessing any third-party applications or data sources and so forth. Making the best investment of on Azure services, Azure Key Vault to encrypt the credentials as well. We talked about lifecycle management, deployment of an RPA solution across different environments, identify the right tools for you to enable the deployment process. And a key aspect of this is monitoring and an alert system. During the demo, we took a look at the out-of-the-box analytics that comes based on the flow sessions. It does provide pretty detailed information, but is that enough for your business? You may want to add additional error handling process and alert the right business team so they can intervene when a process fails, so they can fix the issue and run the process, and to reduce the time it takes once a process fails to be informed and rerun the process. Hence, it is key to have a good strategy on how to do the error handling and what are the necessary logs to be captured and how can we push this information into the auditing process and set up a proactive alert system. Now let's take a look at the next phase, build and test. This is the heart of the automation management, right? We are automating a business process, but there are some key steps that we can take to limit the repeatable process that we will be doing for every automation that is being built. For example, we can set up an ARM templates, Azure Resource Manager templates to automatically deploy an Azure resources virtual machine and also automatically install a Power Automate desktop in the virtual machine and so many other aspects of it. These little automations will help reduce the time in setting up a platform for a new automation process that is being built. Also, think about the reusable templates and code organizations. Since we have a Fusion team working together in automating a business process, it is highly recommended that we build some reusable templates and advocate the availability of these reusable templates to the champions so they can make use of these templates and reduce time in building automation. And if there is any custom connectors need be built, establish those process at an early stage and also um, allow these connectors to be available for others to be tapping onto rather than rebuilding the connection over and over again. We talked about the importance of error handling and logging, establish guidelines. So anyone who's building an automation process follows these guidelines and does the needed error handling and logging process. Testing is another key phase in having a successful automation process. Establishing a testing strategy is extremely important, and the testing strategy should include, on top of the other validation, the business process validation, error scenarios validation, on top of all that, we'll also have to include a sensitive data handling mechanism, also to handle the load and performance expectations. For example, in the invoice processing, what if 50 different invoices comes within an hour? Is our system able to handle that performance and load? Also validate the user access point of view. Make sure that only the right members are being notified during a business process, be it for an alert system or a notification that is part of the business process. These are some key checklist items that you'll have to think through while you're working in the build and test phase. As always, I recommend refer back to the white paper for an extensive list of checklist items. In this deploy and manage phase, developers can set up CI/CD with test integration to deploy automation and avoid accidental changes that would break the automation in production. Azure DevOps and GitHubs are tools that will aid automating this deployment process. As always, make the best use of your current investment and find the right tool for you to be able to automate this process. When we talk about monitoring, on top of the existing detailed level of information that is being gathered on a flow session, be it a success or a failure, um, additional measurements need to be taken in terms of load balancing the workloads. You establish a strategy to schedule, queue, and prioritize an automation process when the workload increases. Now that you have all these analytics that you're gathering, have a mechanism to build visualization on top of it so the business stakeholders can get these insights and make knowledgeable decisions. Here is a sample monitoring strategy where we are tapped into some of the existing Azure services, Azure Monitor, Log Analytics, Power BI, and so forth, to gain some insights and visualize the analytics for the business stakeholders to make a responsible decision. In this phase of an RPA solution management, you see how the RPA solution has expanded into adapting Microsoft's zero trust security model. We talked about different layers of an RPA solution, and you see here that all those layers come together in different ring patterns surrounding the RPA solution, ensuring we have the right set of security controls established through all the different phases that we've gone through. And this is a key phase where um, the admins should leverage on the Azure Active Directory, which is the key identity service provider, and create and manage access controls on users and resources centrally. The platform offers rich set of auditing logs as we have seen in the previous phases. Now it's time for admins to keep track of what happened in the system through the audit logs and various analytics that's been gathered and provide reactive and proactive service in monitoring these different services and components. This zero trust security model shows the deep integration of Microsoft Power Platform with Azure and Microsoft 365. This allows the admins to define these policies in a central location and also enable them to proactively monitor. As you see, this is a key phase where we make sure all the different aspects of RPA solutions are now in a secured layer and also enables the admins and the business stakeholders to monitor for proactive and reactive action. Let's look at the last phase, which is the nurture. Although the last phase in the RPA solution management, nurture is a key phase where the COE should establish their strategy to nurture and upskill their employees at all times. Here are a few examples how we have been successful in the past doing that. Running an RPA in a day workshops and challenging the pro and citizen developers, running bot wars with real business scenarios. Also run a show and tell on what other makers are creating. This will encourage new citizen developers to learn new skill and also build more automation process. Build a community of champions where you can promote the best practices and guidelines that they can tap onto and also promote new features that will make their automation building process a lot easier. Continue to train and support the community of champions. Promote templates for citizen developers to get an easy start. Build some hands-on lab sessions. So for any new citizen developer that comes in, they can run these sessions and upskill their automation journey. And continuous learning is a key, and also establish a mechanism for you to track how we are progressing in this continuous learning journey and encourage more citizen developers to join this journey. With this, we have seen all different phases of RPA solution management. We've seen how deeply integrated Power Platform is with Azure and with Microsoft 365. With this three cloud solution, you can build a much more scalable and reliable platform for a successful automation journey for your organization. Now that we have established the importance of automation COE to have a reliable and scalable digital transformation experience for your organization, the next question comes is when is the right time to set up an automation COE? And how will a COE model look for your organization? When it comes to the time, irrespective you're already into this automation journey for the last 6 months or you're someone looking to entering this journey in the next 6 months, I always say now is the right time. If you're already in this journey, recommend to review the HEAT approach discussed in this session, identify your current state, establish a future state, and work towards it. As for the COE model that fits your needs, here I have presented two models. The one on the left is where you see the citizen developers play a key role in all different phases of an RPA solution, while IT provides a reliable platform and an environment setup for the citizen developers to build upon. And on the right side, you see a very well matured COE model that fully benefits from the Fusion team, where highly skilled members work together, providing the best scalable platform for your automation journey. You have the right fit somewhere in between these two models, or one of these models might fit just fine for your organization. Here are some additional resources that you might be interested in. Provided a link to the white paper and few other links that is driven by the Microsoft Power Automate PowerCat team, automation adoption best practices, and recently there was a preview release of automation COE starter kit and highly recommend you testing it out and provide feedback to the team for continuous improvement. Also, the PowerCat team put together a video series on automated where they discuss about this heat series in detail. Do recommend watching it. Here's what I see as key takeaways from this session. Building an automation COE, be it in its simplest form or in a well-matured form, will certainly lay a successful path for an automation journey for your organization. Follow the HEAT approach, which already brings together the industry best practices and guidelines, necessary documentation and tools to ensure you have holistically approached the RPA solution. By integrating the Power Platform with Azure and M365 services, allows you to make the most of your existing licensing investment in this platform. Before I end this session, I would like to thank our sponsors again, event sponsors, platinum sponsors, and gold sponsors for making this
touch some of those, and if you have any questions in the end, so we'll have time for questions. So first of all, thanks to all the sponsors. So from Microsoft sponsoring the event and all the other companies making this possible. So gold sponsors, data quality sponsors, event, lunch, accessibility, and data analytics. So thanks to all of them once again. And about myself, so Augustin, working as Analytics Center of Excellence Director at Thrasio. We are world's largest Amazon aggregator, working with Power BI since probably private preview, even before that, when Microsoft started developing it. Microsoft certified trainer and a leader of Power Platform User Group Stuttgart and Data Jazzers podcast. So enough about me. Today topic, so you probably all seen this picture 100 times, and this is whoever is dealing with Power BI is doing it daily, and in each of those fields, is it data, is it sorting data, arranging data, visualizing data, we have some of the challenges. But even with Power BI expanding further, month by month, we have additional things. So we need to know a little bit also about storytelling. And even that is not enough, so we need to make those things actionable, useful, because those times when we pull our data to Excel, put some plain table and give it to whoever was requesting for it, is hopefully long gone, or it will be long gone soon, whenever we stop using Excel as much as we are doing it today. And agenda for today is covering these three places where we usually can create a problem or find some challenges. So data preparation, data modeling, and report design itself. And starting with data preparation, so that most boring, most challenging, and most time-consuming part of our report creation journey. And talking about that, although it's a purely technical work, so we need to know data, we need to know how to extract data, how to bring it to Power BI, how to do whatever we need to do with it, we need to start discussing with our customers, with our requesters, with our teams. So what they are going to use their report for, what are the key metrics, and what level of details is really required. So based on answers on those questions, we can start preparing our data model, start pulling our data. Without asking those questions, we will end up with something we either don't want or will create us a mess afterwards. And that first thing is, give me everything. So whenever you talk to a regular business user, what data do you want to is everything. So it's like taking a child to a toy store. So whenever you took your kid to a toy store, what do you want to buy? Everything. And you start discussing with your kid, okay, you cannot have everything today. Maybe you pick one thing and next time you pick the other thing. Same thing goes with creating data models and reports with our users, because usually we see something like this. So this is our database, and if we start pulling everything, we will end up in a mess. So first complaint would be, I have no idea what data did you pull in. My report is slow. That's the second complaint. And all of this because we forgot what questions to ask and what do they really need. And when it comes to those questions, usually our end users, don't know the answer. And that's part of our job, to help them, guide them through the data, and come up with concrete results. And then we decided we put some sense over the data, and we explained them that not everything needs to be pulled in, not everything needs to be done. Then comes the first question. Is it import or is it direct query? And here I'm talking about direct query for relational databases, not not the new one for composite models, which is direct query for analysis services. And when you think of distinction between those two, like I like analogies, and like with a kid in a toy store, here is the same story. So think of direct query as having a restaurant and having a kitchen, and let all your customers in the kitchen to serve themselves. Soon you will have a mess there. Everybody will come creating their main dish, some will take a starters, and waiters and all the stuff in the kitchen will be furious and mad. Same thing with direct query. Those furious guys will be our database admins, and will hit their database with, I don't know, 1,000 queries an hour, few thousand queries an hour. Our end users will complain that our report is super slow, and only reason for that will be choosing direct query. And few questions to ask yourself. So, is your relational database optimized for direct query? Talking to a database admin, SQL database admin, Snowflake, whoever you want to speak with, they will all claim that it's optimized, that it's working super fast. And you start connect direct query, start pulling your data, and your usual table with few thousand or hundred of thousands rows is going to be slow. Why is it? It's by default, it's 5 to 10 times slower, even if the underlying database is optimized for querying like that. In some cases, 100 times slower. Check the details if you want to deep dive. Technically deep dive. SQL BI, Marco and Alberto have a great articles about why is it slower, what's happening. But just imagine it. It's not first import mode is in memory. It's there, super fast. Even if you create your model correctly, it will be much, much faster. And on the other side, direct query needs to traverse through gateway, needs to execute on the underlying data source, needs to go back and then display it on your report. So by design, it will be slower. So if you need to do it, you need to explain your users that comparing import mode versus direct query is going to be slower. And DAX limitations. So you cannot create calculated tables, you cannot use time intelligence. So all of those things which are really helpful are not going to be there. And when to use, so why Microsoft put it there? So there are cases when we will use it. And as far as I'm concerned, only 2 cases are there. One is data needed is simply way too large to import it. Even that can be mitigated with some of the new features released in Power BI, but I'll not touch those today simply because I didn't have enough time to test it deeply. But let's say database is too large for import, and the other thing is you need real-time data. And real-time data is a buzzword each and every business user is using daily. And when you start deeper discussion about what are their real-time needs, usually you come up, we need it, I don't know, twice a day, every 3 hours, and that's not real-time. That's not why we need to use direct query. Real-time use cases would be, I really need to see metrics for some of the machines. I use IoT sensors, and I need to see in real time to be able to fix it. That's real-time data. Everything else, choose an import mode if you can. Then when we decided what we're going to do with our data, where's our data, comes our Power Query engine. And unfortunately, so the biggest problem with Power Query today, even if you know how to use it is trying to Google it. Did you ever try Googling, give me M for this or this or this? And Google is usually returning really weird results. You need to write Power Query M, then you are maybe closer to results. And I still don't know why Microsoft chose an official M language, because it's impossible to Google about it. And there we have some additional challenges. So first thing, everybody asks where data shaping should be done. Is it in a source database? Is it in Power Query? And I think the most famous quote around it is from Matthew Roche from Microsoft CAT team. Everybody is using it, push the transformation upstream as possible. So if you can do it on your source database, even if you don't have access, be a friend with your database admin and do it there, then pull it from there. If you cannot do it in Power Query. Doing it in DAX usually comes with additional set of issues. So those are two places where I would be doing any data transformation, at least any that can be done there. Then we start doing our transformation. So there are more than 300 ways just from user interface perspective. If you dig deeper into M, you can do pretty much whatever you want to. And looking at whoever did anything in Power Query, if they didn't use direct query, there are a lot of steps on the right-hand side, and those steps can be helpful, but at the same time can be completely misguiding if you don't know what you are doing. So try to apply all the similar actions within a single step. So I cannot describe you how many times I see, looking at those steps on the right-hand side, change type, rename, change type, rename, and so on in the list like this. So if you really need the change type, and you need to do it 10 times in 10 different places, do it in a single step. If you need to do renaming, rename 10 columns in a single step, simply because Power Query is executing step by step. It will be slower. Your refresh time will be slower, and you will end up with something you don't want. And the other thing, when I'm finished with my report, if I'm a consultant, leave it at the company, somebody needs to take the maintenance later on. And if I have 200 steps on the right-hand side, probably somebody will hate me and never call me again because I didn't do my job properly. And then I think the problem everybody is either not aware of or don't know what is it is so-called query folding. So query folding is nothing else than translating Power Query language to TSQL, which can be executed on a relational database side which is supporting TSQL. So you are pushing your query on a source where it can be executed, and it will be much faster. Your refresh will be much faster if you are pushing query folding. Some things can be folded, some things not. So whatever, if you know TSQL and you know M, whatever you can think of, so if there is if there is a function in TSQL, it can be folded. Some things that cannot be folded is, for example, loading from additional sources, loading a table from Excel. Of course, I cannot translate it to TSQL because it's Excel source. And one thing to remember there is whenever I break my query folding with some step which is not supported, it will not come back again. So if I have 10 steps and first and fifth step are foldable, but in between I did some things which are not. So for example, I think changing a data type is not foldable. If I break it, it will not come back again. So being aware of that You can speed up your performance of your refresh significantly if you push all the foldable steps to the beginning. And if you know that you will break it in one point in time, put all the rest afterwards. So at least part of your refresh, part of your query will be folded and executed on the database side. And then we did all our job around picking direct query or import mode, deciding with users what data do they need, doing some transformations in Power Query, and then the most fun part is data modeling. What models should we use? So I would always pick this one probably, simply because it's fastest. So I take my table, put it in, do some quick pie chart, and display it to an end user. And I'm doing that once, twice, and usually it doesn't end up well. So I need to do something with it. And Power BI is simply optimized for dimensional modeling. Star schema is something what Power BI is aimed for. So looking at something like this, which is usually our plain Excel table, some user get us, we want to have some fancy visuals. So we can import it like this, or we can take a closer look and see that we have some dates here, we have some customers, we have some products, and some values. So grouping all of those, splitting them, we will end up with something like this. Your end user would have no idea about the difference, but will feel it in performance. And you will be happy later on because you will be able to use time intelligence functions. Because I don't know, did any of you try to write time intelligence function on a flat table? So, for example, year to date. In time intelligence in DAX, year to date is one line of code or two, the most. If you are writing it on a flat table, I think 10 or 12. So 3 times more, just because you saved your time and you imported a flat table, not creating a dimensional model. Also be aware of relationships. So whoever has some background in dimensional modeling, read some books, knows about dimensions in fact. The next thing we need to be careful is our relationships. So like a best practice scenario, so whenever you can, you do it. One-to-many relationships with a single filtering direction. Everything else, of course, you can do it. So in Power BI, you can do one-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-many with a single direction and bidirectional filtering. If you are not 110% sure what you are doing, you can end up with really weird results. And you will spend hours, if not days, trying to figure out what happened. Speaking from my personal experience, debugging some of the big models, you see a weird number, you are 100% sure number is not correct. Finding what happened usually comes to bidirectional relationship because you created ambiguity in a model, and depending from which side of model you are coming, you will get a different number. So having said that, so if you know what you are doing, it's okay, but I would never be sure that my bidirectional relationship will support me forever. Because somebody, months from when you deliver it, will add a new table in, create some additional relationship, and your model will start acting weirdly. So keep that in mind whenever you are modeling. Next thing is snowflaking. So of course, Power BI is supporting snowflake things, so adding additional flakes on our star schema it's working, it's doable, it's perfectly fine. If you can avoid it, avoid it. So especially in the cases like this, when you have product category and product separated, if there is no real use case to use it, try to put it together. So why? Because each and every additional relationship is creating complexity of your model, and not to dig deeper into DAX and concept of expanded tables, but creating a snowflake will, each and every of your queries need to traverse to additional relationship, which will slow it down and increase the size of your model. Sometimes you cannot avoid it, but keep it in mind. And then the beauty of Power BI is DAX. So we did everything good. Loaded, imported our data, put perfect star schema, and then we need to start writing some functions. And whoever is new to DAX, it can be super intuitive and super easy in the beginning. Looks most like Excel in the beginning. It's, your language itself is readable, easy, but comes with a set of complexities and set of problems which are unfortunately not solvable but by trial and error. You will probably get to a correct result, but you will need some foundations to know what DAX is doing. And I'm just listing here just a few things for people who just entered DAX world or working partially with DAX. Some things which can cause us performance troubles and can be easily avoided. So first, search function. So everybody is used to something like that from Excel. We are always searching for something in Excel in the strings. And search function is really expensive in DAX. So it's first case sensitive and needs to traverse all the rows, and as it's case sensitive, it can take a long time, especially if you have a big tables. The next best thing to use is find. So pretty much you will end up with the same thing, but find is a little bit more optimized, doing the same thing. The problem in DAX is you can use the third thing, contain string. And you can use contain string exact. All of this will almost come to the same result, almost, simply because, so instead of search you can use contain string, instead of find you can use contain string exact. The only difference will be the result, which will be in two first cases 1 or 0. In second two cases will be true or false. But pretty much with some handling you will end up with the same result. Only thing is these two are much more optimized in engine behind DAX and will give you results faster. Then usual error coming from Excel is using something like this. Searching for an errors, dividing something and returning blank if there is an error. Why we are doing this? For handling division by 0. Everybody is using it in Excel. It's perfectly fine function. Problem with it, it's super slow. You can do the same thing in DAX and with a few sentences less. Doing a division, divide, and divide has a built-in error handling inside, so you don't need to write it separately with if error and then returning blank when error is there. So those, and again, you will get the same result. So those are the basic things you need to think of when starting with DAX. Coming to some bit more, just a little bit more advanced things are virtual relationships. So I talked about relationships on previous slide. We can create active relationships and we can create inactive relationships. Inactive relationship is not recognized by a function if you don't use some of the functions that will utilize that relationship. And most of the people coming from any other language starting with DAX will search around web, will end up with something like this. Trying to do some calculation and then searching for values in product table that will enable them to do that calculation. And this thing uses contains, which will do the job. Of course, you will end up with utilizing that virtual relationship, but it will be super expensive regarding performance. You can do the same thing with intersect. So again, just talking about utilizing relationships which are not active. So with intersect, you will save yourself a few lines of code. Pretty much everything else is almost the same, but the function is a little bit more optimized regarding performance. And then the beauty of DAX, we have the third thing. Treatise. So again, saving a single line of code comparing to intersect, we don't need this all. End up with the same result. So whenever if you are new to Power BI, new to DAX, so there are almost always multiple ways to achieve the same results. And those ways can cost you either performance, either trouble in modeling, and just be aware that if something is slow, probably there is a way to optimize it, either on the modeling side, either just rewriting your DAX using some functions which are more optimized. Unfortunately, some of the functions are not, if you are in DAX for many years. Treatise is pretty new, and I think it requires analysis services compatibility level 1500. So if you have old on-prem environment, you will probably not be able to use Treatise. You will still be with contains and intersect. So going from top, then here, slowest one, a bit better, fastest one. Of course, depending how big is your model. If I'm trying to create a virtual relationship between two tables, each containing a few 100 million rows, nothing will be super fast, but it will be a bit faster using Treatise than contains. For the same thing, same result. Then, my favorite part of DAX, filtering. So we use it daily. Do is create a measure. So this is what most of the people will write starting with DAX, and it's perfectly fine. So calculate my total revenue where my country name equals Scotland. And when I put that in my visual, I will end up with this. Do I need these results? Maybe not, maybe yes. So this is useful when I want to create some ratios, when I want to divide total revenue comparing to Scottish revenue to create some... but usually when I present something like this to my end customer, they will have a question mark above their head. So what is this? I know that Germany is not having 700,000, it's having 65 millions, and so on and so on. And what is DAX actually doing in the back? What we written is just a short thing of something like this. So Power BI did in a backend, so I can write this down by myself, or Power BI is translating my first function to this, is utilizing filter and telling my calculate function that I need to filter my country name and first remove all the outer filters from my country name column and then find where my country is Scotland. And because of calculate, I will not deep dive into context transition and everything, because of calculate is overriding all the outer filters and replacing it with inner filter, I will end up with result like this. And it's, as I said, it's not bad. So when I use this second function and use it here, same thing. So both are doing pretty much the same thing. Difference is the one here is actually what I'm writing. The second one is what DAX engine, so Vertipack engine in the backend, is translating it to. So same function, and still my result is not good. Then whoever is new to DAX will write something like this. Okay, I know what to do. I will remove that all and filter my table. Do you know what's the problem with this? So anybody more proficient with DAX, can you spot a problem here? It will work perfectly fine. The result will be exactly what I'm looking for. But it's working perfectly fine. Here in this example, in this small data model, it's super fast. But the biggest problem here is this, geography. So what I'm doing is filtering entire table, geography table, to find my country name, which is in a single column. So if I'm looking at that table, geography, I have 3, 6, 9, 11 columns. And when I'm in this dimension table, I just have 10, 12 rows. It's super fast. Imagine in my current company, we have a product dimension with, I think, 10.5 million rows. It's a dimension. Imagine putting entire table with all the columns in my filter and expecting it to be super fast. It will not happen. So this is usually a common mistake lots of people are doing, and how can I avoid it is with something like this. First, to use just the column I need. If I don't need entire table, don't use entire table. And the second thing, I can write this without values. What it will do, if I'm scanning a fact table which doesn't have a unique values, it will take everything into consideration. With values, it will just give me unique values of that column, so data set which I'm filtering over will be much smaller and it will be much faster. And this is, again, returning me a perfectly fine number. So you see now 1, 2, 3, 4 possibilities of returning the same thing again. Then we did everything great, but there is fifth possibility, which will be the fastest one. And this is with keep filters. So keep filters is a function, so I will not deep dive. I think 2 days back, SQL BI released a great article explaining backend nature of keep filters and what is it doing and why is it doing. But in this use case I'm showing here, this will be the fastest, most optimized function, and it will work in most of the scenarios where some of the others might not work. And it looks like this. So I don't need, so comparing to the previous one line of code less. I'm just using keep filters. What is it saying to my calculate function, to my DAX, is watch all the filters coming from my table. So filters coming from my table are this. Watch them all. They are all perfectly fine. Let them stay there. Whenever you find Scotland in country name, intersect those outer filters and keep that value. And it will be much faster than any of the previous, and will give you, again, the same result. So simple thing as filtering can be done in DAX multiple ways. And if you are not aware of it, please keep it in mind, so you can have a lot of performance issues. Now going back to my slides. We come, so going, we are here, okay, going here. We did all of our docs, everything is working perfectly fine. Now we need to actually do the only thing the end user will see, our design of our report. And also that's a place where we can screw things up and not make it fast enough. So keep in mind that our brain is, and our eyes is pretty much our most effective remembering sensor. And when I see picture comparing to sound or speech, immediate recall is a bit more on the side of picture than on what I'm saying at the moment. The problem comes after 3 days. Most of you, 90% of you, will forget every single word what I was speaking today, but maybe bit more than half of you will remember some of the pictures from my slides. So keep that in mind when you start designing your reports. And then we come with the first problems there. Poor choice of our charts. And as I said in the beginning, this is the most favorite chart of all time. So can anybody tell me what's the third best-selling product? Disregard all the other problems we have in this chart. So I have no idea. So I forgot because I created this. I don't know, is it this one or maybe this one or this one? So you see the biggest problem immediately. So pie charts, donut charts. Great, so I love pies and I love donuts, but not on the charts. There are many. If you look at the Twitter, try to Google pie chart or donut chart, you will see a lot of fights and pros and cons and everything. But please, 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 my ask for you is simply don't use it. So if Microsoft is not listening to us and not removing it from all the products overall, let's not use it, because if you have more than 3 values, it will not be readable. But even if you have 3 values, and those are, I don't know, 33, 32, 33, it's not usable. The second problem is context. So context is king. I have my cards in Power BI. They are great. So I have my sales, volume, margin, number of customers, everything. But what does these numbers actually mean? Think of giving as much context as you can in the less space as you can. So same cards, same amount of space. I provided huge amount of context in the same space. I provided the color, immediately meaning if it's green, probably it's good, it's better than whatever I'm comparing it to. I know what I'm comparing it to, and I see the difference. I can even add additional things there, but try to provide as much context, because space on Power BI canvas is limited. Of course, you can extend it right and left, but then you come to poor user experience in scrolling up and down, left and right. It's not good. Use your space wisely and provide as much context as you can. Next, something like this. I have all my products, all my years, put everything on my chart, and what's the difference between product 6 and 12 in 2009 January? I have no idea. And delivering something like this is completely useless, same as delivering huge reporting services reports with printable 250 pages with numbers. Same thing is here, just on a smaller space. And we are saving planet because not printing, but usability is completely the same. So try to avoid this. Same thing comes with this. So slicers, they are great, they are super fine. But if you put 10 of those with everything, so user ID, opportunity, account owner ID, and 100,000 of rows in each and every slicer, all you will do with a report is waiting for it to be refreshed. So nothing else. So whenever it's refreshed, you will see the number and say, okay, I need some additional slicer. You will click it, go grab a coffee, come back, maybe it's done. If you are using slicers, use them wisely, because having a slicer with 10,000 rows inside is not going to be useful for anybody. Or at least if you need to do it, put a search, so maybe I'm a bit faster. And the last thing is this. So this is super nice with a dozen of problems regarding performance, regarding usability, regarding everything. First, performance. Unfortunately, Power BI engine for rendering visuals is a single-threaded engine. So each and every visual is waiting for the previous one to be displayed, to be able to display it. If you have probably 30 of those here, you need to wait for 30 visuals to be rendered. And if you, next to that, have a complex DAX queries inside, load time of this page will be horror. That's the first problem. So it will not be performant. The second problem is usage of colors. So accessibility, color blindness, everything. That's one part of the problem. I'm not any expert in that, but you see it immediately. The next problem regarding UI is inconsistent usage of colors. So I have my black here, 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 and each and every of those blacks is meaning different thing. So I cannot spot immediately my patterns, I cannot spot immediately group things together in my head and everything. And then charts like this. So this is another way for donut chart, so just with a square, I don't know how to call it. I call it a chocolate chart because it's sliced like a chocolate. Usability is pretty much the same as a pie chart. So that's all the things you need to be careful of when you are delivering a report. And with this session, I just scratched the surface, actually. There are tons of challenges waiting you on your journey to deliver your first or your 100th report. And most of those challenges are grouped in these places I discussed about. And hopefully, I managed to at least raise some questions in your head, if not answer some of the questions you had. And that's it from my side. So any questions? Of course. So whenever, on first question, query folding, so the only thing I would say about query folding is just be aware of it. So if I can bring my Excel to my underlying database and do it on schedule, because the usual use case is our finance department is doing budgeting in Excel. And they have no idea how to write it in a SQL table or what to do it. Yes, we can take that Excel, create a SIS package, pull it to our table. Query will be foldable for that case. But in some cases, you cannot. Just be aware of it. So if you need it, push it to the end of your query list just to save some time. And regarding your second question, snowflaking, so there is no good or bad option there. So whoever is coming from data warehousing world, the data modeling, Snowflake is perfectly fine. With Power BI, which is completely optimized for star schemas, you will pay some performance penalties. So each and every additional relationship my query needs to go through will add some execution time and slower some performance. Of course, complex data models, you cannot avoid it. And just be aware of it. If performance is a bit slower when you add additional table, you need to know why. Maybe you cannot optimize it, but at least know the optimization of Power BI engine itself. Yep.
I'm a bit of a heretic because I come from the OLAP data warehouse world.
Same as me.
And I'm just wondering what
I wouldn't. So that's a struggle I'm doing daily at my job. So we have in my company we have huge data warehouse team. We have a big few 100 terabytes data warehouse on a Snowflake. It's working perfectly fine. When I need specific, for example, finance department data model, if I'm creating a small data mart on a Snowflake and try to import it again, I will end up either with a flat table or I need to model it again in Power BI. So comparing to traditional world, where we build dozens of data marts on top of our warehouse, the only difference is I can now do it in Power BI. So I'm not changing a concept, just changing a tool.
would you ever find it worthwhile putting BI over a data warehouse?
So would I? Sorry.
If you created a data, say you're dealing with 3 or 4 different data sources,
Mm-hmm.
which isn't my regular application. The only real way I can see doing that is to bring them into a single database. So I join them, and then I could look at using Power BI to do the presentation.
Of course, but on the other side, not going deeper into details because it's really ongoing discussion, but I can. The thing I'm struggling the most with is Power BI is still recognized on the market like a visualization tool. With all the capabilities it currently has, Microsoft itself is voting for Power BI as a end-to-end BI tool. I can really now, especially with current capabilities coming from last few weeks, I can build my complete data warehouse called data marts in Power BI, build a data model on top of it, create some data flows behind looking at them as SIS packages, and display it in Power BI. So it's really end-to-end product now. How would you combine it with your existing infrastructure is architectural decision each and every company needs to make, and it can be completely a separate session. Yeah. Any other question? No? Then thank you all for listening and being here. And hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Just one thing before you escape, I need to take a selfie because I wasn't able to do it for 2 years with all the audience. Say hi. Great, thank you.
following. This is Power App's co-authoring feature and how does it change the game for app makers. Before we dive into the actual content, let's thank our sponsors. Without these organizations, we wouldn't be here. 2 days full of great content, so it's valuable stuff they are doing. Yeah, more sponsors. And then a few words about me. My name is Terho Antila, Business Applications MVP from Finland. I am a developer, so I speak quite a few languages, such as C#, JavaScript, PowerFX, Python, C++, PHP, C, you name it. I also speak Finnish. Onko täällä suomea puhuvia muita? So let's stick to English then. Here you can see my contact info, LinkedIn profile. I have a blog at terhoantila.com, mostly Power Platform related posts there. I also have a GitHub account that contains, for example, a Gantt chart app implemented as a Canvas app that you can use to visualize your planner tasks in a Gantt chart. Check that out. So what's for the agenda today? First of all, we're going to talk a little bit about what version control actually is. And then we are gonna check out this new co-authoring feature that's still in preview, but it's gonna change your life if you are a Canvas maker and serious about developing Canvas apps. Then we'll take a look at some benefits and ideas that we can implement with this new feature. And the main part of this session we will be spending on looking at some demos. I will also call on my colleague from Finland at some point to join me on stage virtually, so let's see how that goes out. But let's take a look at the basic concepts and terminology about version control. So Dave Braunschweig from Rebus community puts it pretty well, I think. Version control is management of changes to documents, computer programs, large websites, and other collections of information. Each revision is associated with a timestamp and the person making the change. Revisions can be compared, restored, and with some types of files merged. And this is the whole concept of version control, and that is the concept that this co-authoring feature uses. So we get all those benefits out of it. And the most popular version control system used these days is Git. So let's take a look at some of the key terms of Git version control. First of all, we have a repository. It's like a container for all the stuff you want to store in the version control. Then a repository always has at least one branch. You can have multiple branches. Often you want to have a development branch, test branch, and production branch. You can also have branches for different releases or hotfixes or whatnot. When you do your stuff locally on your computer and you're ready to, you're happy with your work and you're ready to share your work with other developers, you need to make a commit to the repository. And if you are working on a branch and that branch is now ready to be merged with some target branch, then you will be doing the merging, and that's the merge operation. There are also a bunch of other terminology related to Git version control, but this whole co-authoring feature of Power Apps Canvas apps pretty much takes care of that stuff. We don't have to discuss too much in detail about push, pull, and clone. That happens under the hood. So, what about Canvas apps and Git integration? What's the motivation behind that? Well, how many of you have seen a screen similar to this when you have been working with Canvas apps? So this happens if you are editing one single app and someone else is trying to edit that same app. The maker that tries to edit it later will be prompted with a dialog similar to this. The app is locked for editing by someone else and you can't edit it. You have to wait. And maybe you have to ping the person that, hey, can you tell me when you're done so I can start editing it. Not very effective way if you have a team of developers or makers who are supposed to work on the same app. But thankfully, with this new feature, this scenario is getting outdated. And we have this new cool co-authoring experience with Canvas apps that will change the game quite dramatically. So basically, this is how it works. We have, in this scenario, on the slide, we have two makers, maker 1 and maker 2. And now they are utilizing this co-authoring experience, and they are able to modify the same app simultaneously. Both are editing the app in their own Canvas Studio. In fact, they can be editing the app in the same environment, so it is the same app, or they can use their own development environments and have their own instances of the app, and those instances are just connected to each other via the Git repository. Either way, whenever one of the makers makes a change to the app and saves the app, the changes are pushed to the Git repository. And the latest version of that app is taken for that maker and visualized. So whenever you save, you publish your changes, and you also get refreshed with the latest content of the app. So this way, these two makers stay in sync with the app. And you know, when you save your Canvas app, you are provided with a text field where you can leave a comment. So that's really important in this new scenario, because that comment will be visible in the repository, in the version history of the app. So whatever you type into that text box will be your commit message in the repository. So it's important that it is descriptive, the comment, and that you actually provide it. Later on, it's a lot easier to track what has been changed if you have meaningful comments there. So now we have entered the happy place. Before we go into demos, let's consider some of the benefits and ideas that this new concept enables us to do. Well, of course, like said, maybe 5 times already, now multiple developers are able to work on the same app at the same time. So you can get things done a lot faster because you don't have to wait for one developer to finish his work, after which you can continue. You can do it at the same time. Of course, when you do work on the same app at the same time, I would advise not to work on the same controls on the app at the same time, because then you get conflicts, and then it gets a little bit hard to resolve those. You get ability to compare changes between different versions of the app. I will demonstrate that too soon. So it's really nice. You can look at the source code of your Canvas app and see what has been changed by some other developer. In addition to what has been changed, you can of course see who has made the change and when was it made. And quite important thing, each version of the app gets persisted in the repository forever. So you can go back in history for like 2 years and restore that version of the app if you wish to. This is not possible without this feature, because I think now Canvas apps stores like version history 6 months back or something. And very interesting point is that you can use other tools now as well to edit the app. Because we have the source code in the Git repository, it's plain text files that you can edit. You can use VS Code, or you can build your own Canvas editor to edit those files if you want to. So that opens up quite many interesting possibilities, for example, to automate things. Speaking of automation, build process can now be used as part of your DevOps process. I will demonstrate you one of the pipelines I've built where we actually modify the files automatically in a DevOps pipeline and package the app and publish it to another environment. And with this feature, there are also new open sourcing possibilities. For example, the Gantt chart I mentioned, it's now open sourced, so that my version of the app that I'm working on is connected to GitHub repository, and you can fork that repository for yourself and make modifications to that with your own Canvas studio. And when you're happy with that, you can create a pull request, and then I can evaluate your changes and decide whether your changes will be part of that Gantt chart app or not. Probably they will be. And final word before the demos, this is still experimental feature, so keep that in mind when you're considering using it in customer case or some other production scenario. So let's jump to demos then. Let me open my browser. So first I'll create a blank Canvas app and connect it to the Git repository so that you can see how it's done. So let's create a new app. Call it Scottish Summit Demo. Let's make it a phone factor, create it. Let's add a label. Why is it always a label in demos? Let's give it a text title. And let's make saving. No, actually, let's rename it. It's really important with this co-authoring feature that you rename your controls as soon as possible. When you drop them on the canvas, just do the renaming, because that makes the risk of conflicts a lot smaller. So now that's renamed. We can go and save this. Save it to the cloud. And then we can turn on the co-authoring feature, which means that we need to go to the settings and click on the upcoming features and experimental tab. And almost all the way to the bottom, we have this show the Git version controls setting. Let's turn that on. And now we have fifth menu option visible on the left. And let's click on that. To use Git version control for this app, you need to connect to a Git repository. So let's connect. Now it is asking for the repository URL. So let's go ahead and create a new repository. Let's call it Scottish Summit 2022 demo. And create. Okay, it's created. Now I need the URL. I can just copy this and jump back to the Canvas Studio and paste the URL here. Now, for the branch, I could use out-of-the-box main branch that was created along with the repository, but I can also give any branch name here, and then I'm prompted that whether I want to create that branch because it doesn't yet exist. So let's create it. Friday session. And the same goes with the directory. So this integration will create a directory into that repository under which it handles all the files of this app. So let's call this like demo directory and apply. Now I need to log in to my Azure DevOps repository. I'm using username Terho Antila at cloud-driven.fi, which is my work email, but the password is not your company account password. You need to create a personal access token and then provide that here. So let's see how that is done. You can create that path token under user settings. Here you have personal access tokens option. I'll control click it so that it's opened in another tab. And here we can create new token. So let's do it. Give it any name. descriptive, preferably. How long you want it to be valid. 30 days is enough. And the scopes for the token need to be under code section read and write. By selecting that, this token is allowed to read and write code to the repository. So let's create it then. Okay, and then I will leave this window open here because I need this token every now and then. I can just now copy it to the clipboard, go back to the Canvas Studio, and paste that new token here in the password field. And now let's sign in and hope that everything works. It should be now prompting the branch. Do I want to create the branch because it was not found? Yes. I don't know what happens if I click no. I've never done that. But it's an experimental feature, so probably nothing good will happen. And the same with the directory. Do I want to create that directory? Yes. Okay, now it's doing the plumbing behind the scenes, and it's done. So if I now go back to the repository page, let's refresh this. And we need to change the branch. Here is the Friday session branch that the integration feature created for me. So let's go to that branch. And here we can see that we have this new demo directory visible. Let me actually open the cursor highlighter. So here is the demo directory. And this sort of file structure is what that integration created. And what's interesting for us is under the source folder. If we take a look at under the source folder, we can see these YAML files. These are the files that are most interesting to us. If I open one of those, so we have, for each screen, we have one YAML file here. Actually, if I create, let's create another screen. And let's call that screen 2, which is really bad name. And let's save it. So I will add comment, edit, second screen. Now it's doing the saving, and it also pushed those changes to the repository. So if I refresh this page again, we can now see that we have, under the source folder, we have 2 YAML files, one for each screen. We also have an app-specific YAML file. So let's open that screen 1. And the content of the screen is really simple because we only dropped one label onto it. But like I said, one of the benefits of this new feature is that we can actually use, we don't have to rely on the Canvas Studio to be the only editor. We can edit these files. So let's edit it. So let's edit this file right within this DevOps repository editor. Let's change the text of that label. Let's say it's edited in DevOps and commit it. And now if we go back to this Canvas Studio. Let's open the screen 1. It's still showing me the old version. But let's refresh it. We have this new button here when we turn on the Git integration, which allows me to commit changes and check for Git updates. So now it is fetching the latest version from the source control. So let's click it. And you can see that the text of that title label is updated. Like that. Okay, let's take this demo a bit further yet. I will open another browser window here, and this is different user. It's not my work account anymore I'm using, and totally different tenant, totally different environment. Let's open the Terho Anttila environment 2, and I will now create a new Canvas app in this environment, but I will connect that Canvas app to that same repository, same branch, same folder. And let's see what happens. So let's create a new Canvas app, form factor. Any name can be used here for this demo. Let's create it. And then we need to connect this app to the repo. So let's repeat what we did last time. Yeah, let's save it. Save it first and then turn on the co-authoring feature. So it was upcoming features, experimental tab, all the way down almost, and show the Git version control settings. Here we can connect, and then the repository URL, which we can get from here. Okay, I think it should be that one. And branch, now we need to provide the exact branch. So it was Friday session. Because otherwise it wants to create a new branch if I'm not using the same one. And same with the directory name. So let's use exactly the same directory name, which is demo directory. And if I misspelled something, now would be a good time to shout it out. So let's apply. Now the username again. Well, I'm now using the same account because I don't have alternate account. But this could be any user that has access to that repository and you have a PAT token for. Now I need that PAT token. I can use that the same I created. Let's just copy it again. Sign in and let's see what happens. There we go. So now this maker is able to use his own environment, own tenant, as long as he has access to that repository. These two makers can edit the same app via their own instances. All right, let's go to the next demo. Let's get back here. And are you getting hungry? I am. So okay, so now I'm in my development environment. and I have this Git demo app here. So I will switch to editing it. And since this is an app that I have created earlier, and it's already connected to Git repository, so that's why it's now asking for the credentials. I don't have to configure the integration again. And did I have the password? So now I'm editing the app. And now I am not like a very visual guy. I don't implement beautiful UIs, which shouldn't come as a surprise when you look at this. Especially this header now, I must say that this is not maybe perfect yet, but thankfully I have a colleague in Finland that we can call. Let's call. And now let's see the audio, what happens. Hello, Antti. Okay, we can't hear. Let's try to unblock that one. Can you speak now?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, well, I can hear you, but probably the audience can't hear you. But they can see you, so you can use maybe sign language or something. How do you like my new shirt?
Oh, it's awesome.
Exactly. So, you remember that app we have been working on? Since you are my designated UI designer, the header is kind of not there yet. So can you do something about that?
Yeah. How much time do I have?
Well, since it's low code, isn't 3 minutes enough?
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
Okay.
Okay.
So ping me in Teams when you're done.
Okay.
I'll hang up now. That was Antti Jokinen, my colleague from Finland. And now we have the audio. Okay. Are you co-authoring my app as well?
No, just go fix your sound for your guidance.
But I don't think I need the audio anymore.
No?
That was it, yeah. Thanks. All right. So while Antti is working on the app, let me show you something else. There are no chairs here for speakers, so let me. You can see this build label here on the bottom. What is it? This is a normal label in this app, but the text value of that label gets updated automatically whenever someone makes a commit to this branch. So there is an Azure DevOps pipeline behind the scenes that actually modifies that YAML file and edits that label text to match the current build number. And as you can see, the build number is year, month, date, and then a dot and incrementing number for that day. So let's take a look at how that is done, that pipeline. So I will switch to that other branch, which is called Power Apps Canvas Git Demo. That's the branch, that's the repository that this app is connected to, and dev branch. So pipelines. here. Okay, nice. I have some failed pipelines as well, but there I have this update build version number in dev. This gets fired every time I save my Canvas app or Antti saves it. So let's take a look at how it's implemented. I think it was said in the description of this session that this is level 300. That's why I dare to show some YAML code to you, because this is what you wanted since you are sitting there. Okay, so this is triggered automatically whenever a commit is pushed to dev branch. And this simply, this task here simply calls a PowerShell script that makes the modification to that specific label text that shows the build number. I can show that script in a second or two. And then there is another task or step in this pipeline that makes the commit to the repository so that the modified label text gets updated in the repo. And now let's take a look at that script that actually makes the modification. So update build label PowerShell script. That's what that pipeline calls. So basically, this script takes the content of that master FX YAML file, which is a component in the Power App that contains the build label. And then it just replaces, using regex, it replaces the build number with the current build number. And then it writes that replacement content back to that same file. So simple script. But now the script is doing editing of the app. So we have three editors basically. We have me, Antti, and then this pipeline who is editing it. Okay. Antti is saying that OK, muutokset on sisässä, which means that he's done. So let's go back to that app now. Let's zoom out a little bit. And now I know that he has made his changes. I could make some changes here and then save it, but to keep things simple, I'll just use this refresh button. And let's keep your eye on the header of the app, because that's what I asked Antti to change. Let's see if he has delivered. Well, yeah, it looks a lot better. As you can see, we have nice Scottish Summit logo there and some background. Cool. Thank you. Looks awesome. Great. I have one more demo. It's also about the build pipelines, because it's so nice to get things automated. So let me demonstrate this app a little further. Well, basically, this is just a demo app that I have, for example, some drag and drop demo here that I can demonstrate how you can implement drag and dropping without any code components in Canvas apps. But what I wanted to show is this little icon here next to the build number. If I click on that, I'm taking to a release notes screen. And in this development environment, in this app that is connected to the development branch, it always looks like this. So we always have release notes text in the title and release underscore comment, and we have release notes placeholder text always visible here when we are editing the app. But the idea is that I have a DevOps pipeline that works against test branch, and that pipeline updates the contents of this page so that in the test environment, which is the target environment, all users can go and take a look at the release notes and see what the developer has written there. And how it works is that here we have in Azure DevOps we have this wiki, and that pipeline uses this wiki, so it takes the contents of this wiki page and puts that content into this release notes placeholder area. So now I can edit this wiki page and describe that 10th of June, more UI tuning, Antti implemented better header. As you can see from the earlier comments, I have been exploiting Antti's skills this year earlier as well. Okay, so now we're done with the release notes, and at this point I would need to make a merge from dev branch to test branch, but I'm not doing it. But if I were, I would use VS Code because it's a pretty handy tool for that, and I would do merging there. But let's imagine the merging is now done because I only have 7 minutes left, and I want to leave some time for questions as well. So merging is now done, and I want to deploy the app to the test environment. So I will go to my pipelines, and I will start this pipeline that has actually failure. So let's run it. And the branch is test. And I can provide release notes comment here as well. And this text here will go in this title area. So this will read release notes dash their release notes in SS2022 demo. And then let's just run it. And now the pipeline will do its magic, and it will take a while. We cannot see the end result, but we can take a look at my earlier end result. So let's take a quick look at that, and then I will walk through the pipeline on a slide that I have, so we are not gonna look at YAML again. So this is the app target environment, and that's the app. So let's play it and open that. I have run this pipeline yesterday, so we can see that we have yesterday's date as a build number. So let's click on that, and we can see that the pipeline has run, and it has fetched the text from that wiki page and inserted it on this screen in the app. So pretty cool from the governance perspective, for example. And let's now go through the pipeline steps. And I'm planning to publish that pipeline as in GitHub repository, so it's available for you all. So what it does, first of all, the pipeline calls a PowerShell script that replaces the release note screen's header label text with the text that was given when I started the pipeline. And then it calls another script that actually uses the wiki content of that DevOps repository of that specific page and reads that content and writes it to the label text of that screen. It also replaces some stuff in there because we need to have the headers bigger than normal text, and that's markdown text that wiki uses, and it's not supported in Canvas app, so we have to use the HTML control and convert those markdown texts into HTML. Then, important thing is that we need to install Power Platform CLA on the agent that the pipeline is running, because we need that CLA to extract, to pack the source code of that Canvas app into MSAPP file. So we install the Power Platform CLA, and then we extract the solution where that Canvas app is contained in my development environment. We take that solution out and extract it, unpack it on the agent. Now we have unpacked version of that solution on the agent, and the next step is to pack the modified Canvas app source code files into MSAPP file and put that file into that solution folder on that agent. After which we can pack the solution and import the solution to the target environment. So not too many steps, and quite powerful, like end result. You can publish your release notes and have them contained in your app, so they always go hand in hand with the release pipelines. And if we now take a look at the pipeline, did it actually successfully run already? Oh, it did. It's never been this fast before. Okay. So now if we go here, let's see, it's like, I've never demoed this before because I haven't never had time to wait for the pipeline to finish. So let's see if I have now the updated release notes on this app. Sometimes it takes some time, and I might need to refresh this a couple of times. Or sometimes the app doesn't open at all. In those scenarios, I do this, I go to edit mode and see what we have here. And meanwhile, we are waiting for the spinner. You can think of some questions if you have any. Okay. Let's see if I open the release notes page. Okay, so that worked for some reason. The app didn't open in the play mode, but here in the edit mode, I have the updated release notes page in the test environment. I have the text in the title that I provided when I started the pipeline, and I have the contents of the wiki page here as a version history release notes for the app. And with that, it's time to thank the sponsors again. Thank you, sponsors. All right. That's my presentation. Any questions? Thanks. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I missed the beginning, but when your guy was editing the header,
Yeah.
what did you do with your changes class release? So last man in wins, or?
If I would be editing the same, so he was asking that if when Antti was editing the header, can I edit the header as well? And I can, but most likely we run into conflict. Yeah, and then I have to resolve that conflict. Not in the Canvas Studio, I have to use VS Code, and it's going to get hard. So don't edit the same controls, basically. I would recommend editing different screens, but you can edit same screen, but just don't touch the same controls.
Does it give you an error?
Yes, yes, visual error, yes, that doesn't tell you a whole lot currently, but I'm sure it's going to get better. Yeah, go ahead.
When you save it and synchronize, does it automatically publish it as a Canvas app?
No, no.
So how do you handle publishing then? Is it from...
You just publish it as, if you want to publish it in that environment that you are editing it in, you just publish it after saving like you would do normally.
Okay, so if they are not connected.
No, publishing doesn't. Yeah, publishing is not connected to the what happens in the repository. Yep.
Do you recommend it as a method even if you weren't collaborating with somebody else?
Yes, I would, because you have your source code in a safe place.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter even if someone deletes your environment by accident, you still have the code. Yep.
How reliable are you finding it so far? We've had a few problems.
I would use it in a customer case because it's still stored in the. You might run into conflicts and you might actually even break your Canvas app, but you can always restore it because you have the source code in the repository. And you can rely on the Git repository. So it's like the feature is in experimental, but use it with your own decision.
Do you know if there are any limits on number of users that can be editing at once?
No, I don't. That's an interesting question. Should we try it out?
We haven't managed to keep it stable past 5, which is why I was asking.
Okay. I haven't tried even with 5. Any other questions? Yeah.
Power-Ups obviously has the version history on its own.
Yeah.
What happens if you restore it to a previous version and then if you connect it to GitHub? Does that create a new change set once you save, or what happens?
Oh, you mean if I connect an existing app to...
Power-Ups is the native version history.
Yes.
So every time you publish, it creates a new version.
Yep.
If you restore to a previous version and somebody else is working on it, for example, what happens? Does it create a new change set into the...
Oh, that's a good question. I think my guess is that it will create a new version in the repository with the older code.
Something
Yeah.
I have a feeling, like someone correct me afterwards if I'm wrong, but I don't think the native Power-Apps versioning still works once you set up again. So
Yeah, that could be. It could be easily checked, but it's already lunch time. Any more questions? Let's go eat.
I believe that we can start. I'm not sure if I should use the microphone or you can hear me here. What would you say? Better mic? Because I'm moving a bit, but I will try to find a compromise. Okay, hello everyone. I'm so glad to see you. And frankly, I feel kind of stress on my back because it's not an online call. When I'm just sharing my screen and I can have pajamas. So as you can see, I hope that it doesn't look like pajama. If not, sorry about that. It wasn't the purpose. Yeah, welcome, Scottish Summit. I'm super glad that I'm here. It is my first time in Scotland. I'm Polish. I come from Poland. Currently, I live in Hamburg in Germany, but Polish is my first language, and I try to be as fluent as possible in English. So if any mistakes will happen, sorry about that. Just I'm asking for your patience. And yeah, my session, Design Thinking, Microsoft Teams Designing. How many of you ever had a chance to take part in design thinking workshops, or have you ever heard about design thinking before? Okay, participant or moderator or yeah, whatever. Okay, okay. My story with design thinking has started, I would say 3 or 4 years ago. I discovered that this method might be useful while implementing Teams and also bringing more user-friendly way of using Microsoft Teams. And I just discovered that, okay, if design thinking is a method, quite neutral method for every product, for every project to bring some innovation into it, why not Microsoft Teams designing? So why not using this method while launching Teams? But before we start, first of all, thank you to our sponsors. Of course, event sponsor Microsoft, big thank you. HSO, Promixo, PwC, AIS, DocuSign, Docs42, and we have even more sponsors. So can you applaud them a little bit? Yeah, without them, we wouldn't be here. Thank you so much. And yeah, let's move a little bit farther. So as I said, I'm Polish. My name is Edyta Gorzoń, and my profession is to help end users to understand technology better. We all remember COVID has started. Suddenly, every organization really wanted to have Teams in place, and my role was just helping those organizations, helping end users, business people to launch Teams and also adapt easily to Microsoft Teams ecosystem. Besides of that, I got award, MVP award in 2019. I'm doing a lot of activities, community activities, while organizing SharePoint Saturday Warsaw or Adoption Change Management Teams Europe user group with my colleagues. I also got a ProSci certified, so maybe some of you heard about this ProSci change methodology to help organizations to move even better and also to decrease the resistance to change. But yeah, let's move to the session. So the agenda is, of course, introduction. So we had a small talk at the beginning. I heard small talks, this is the thing. Then we'll move smoothly to design thinking. So what is that? What does it consist? What should be highlighted in this method? Then we'll move to adoption change management Teams journey. So just kind of brief explanation, what is that? And the main part of this presentation is design thinking workshops in ACM Teams projects. And we'll focus the most on this specific part. And during this part, my intention would be to explain you how you can use design thinking methods on different stages while having a workshop with your users, with your business people, what kind of tools you may use, but also what kind of outcome you can get. And at the end, some benefits and questions and answers. I speak too fast, sorry. Hi. Okay, just a very, very brief explanation. So design thinking is a method of creating innovations based in the discovery and deep understanding of the client's needs. I love all of those definitions. You have to read at least 3 times to understand what the author wanted to say. But the idea behind is just to create the solution or just to create a product which is really useful for users. It's not like somebody from the leadership is coming and saying, you know, we want to have this specific system. Great, but are you sure that this is the best way we want to follow? Did you ask the end users? Did you ask the business? Quite often, I'm not blaming leadership, but the point is that we should start with the whys. We should start with really kind of a discussion with end users what they really want to have. And of course, you can ask many questions, you can make some forms, questionnaires, blah, blah, blah. But you can also use design thinking, so structured way of creating innovations. And when we jump to the next slide, hopefully it works, design thinking has 5 stages. First stage, empathize, and in this stage, we simply want to understand who is our end user, what this person is doing on daily basis at work, what kind of challenges she or he can see, what is his or her profile and fluency with technology. So in this first stage, we simply want to understand who the end user is, what kind of person it is. So we really want to feel it. Then we have a next stage, define. In this stage, we work in a group or groups where we are generating the issues or the problems we are facing right now. Some people, they say, you know, Edita, our coffee machine doesn't work. It's a very big issue in our organization. Or we have so many systems. We are using WebEx, we are using Slack, we are using Teams, we are using whatever, and we are just simply confused. So in this specific stage, which is called define, we generate the problems. We generate, it doesn't sound good, but good one. I need to remember that. I will tweet about this. We have to list the problems and understand what kind of problems do we have. Then we have ideate phase. Since we have all the problems, all the challenges, then we simply generate. Now, this is generation phase. The ideas, how we can solve those problems. And now you can ask me, okay, but we are talking about the technology. So how end users, they can suddenly show me or show us the solution if they have no clue about the existing technology. So I will explain it later, how to make ideate phase with people who don't really know what they can achieve with technology. Then we have prototyping part. So in this part, we simply prototype those solutions. Some ITs or project managers, they know what is that POC. And at the end, we are testing. So we are simply checking if it works or not. Let's move briefly to this ACM journey in Teams projects, just to give you kind of overview. Those are just the main steps: meet, organize, start to act, define the scenarios, make it real, engage them all. So those are just the project stages, main parts. And in those all stages, we simply do some different activities. We set up a team as a first part, we organize the working space, blah, blah, blah. Then in adoption and change management projects, we always have champions, we always have trainers, we have to make a communication plan, communication content, communication channels, all of those things must be prepared. Then we define the scenarios, so we think, okay, how teams can answer on our needs. Then we make it real. So we build up a pilot solution, we train the trainers internally, we prepare training materials, so leaflets, videos, whatever you wish or whatever works. And then at the end, of course, we launch Teams, we engage all the users, all the business with the new processes based on Teams environment. And then, of course, we let them fly. And now you can ask me, okay, Edita, very nice graph, respect, something is missing, but okay, that was just overview. But where design thinking can be used in this journey? So when you make such a project or similar project, where actually we can apply this method? The answer is in two places. The first one, depending how mature with teams your organization is, the stage, define the scenarios. This is the place where you can organize a design thinking workshop. And also at the end, so our users are fluent with teams, they know how to communicate in teams, they know how to collaborate with teams, but Teams is a platform, so it needs extra connections, extra integrations, something from Power Platform, like Vesku. So all of those things which are just to make your Teams experience even better. And yeah, how to use design thinking method and tools in a practical way in my Teams project. So more concrete stuff, sorry. Organize the design thinking workshop with your end user. So now I'll be showing you how to organize such a workshop with your colleagues at work, with your employees perhaps, and what kind of steps and tools can be used. Okay, so let me show you how to do so. First of all, when we organize such a workshop, we need to remember that there are few things which have to be done before. Participants, users, they come from different departments and they represent diversified positions in the company. So it's good to have a workshop with people from IT, with people from HR, with people from marketing, and so on, to understand different profiles and also different expectations, and how those people, what kind of benefits they can bring to the table to create the solutions in the future. The maximum number of people in a group is about 20. If it's on-site workshop, this is what I did before COVID has started. When it's online, roughly 10, maybe 12, this is the maximum. We all know that online workshops are not the easiest one, especially when you are a moderator. Small groups, 4 or 5 persons, workshop around 4 hours. I believe that this is doable. We are slightly tired, but 4 hours are fine. Participants work in groups, mostly, and of course, checking emails, I don't know, calling during this workshop, blah, blah, blah. All of those things are not allowed. You as a moderator, so now we'll be talking about from the moderator perspective, you can choose if you wish to have the workshop in person or online. In person, of course, we all know we want to have a workshop, so we need a space, we need some markers, different old school devices. An online workshop, Microsoft Teams environment, dedicated team with channels, tasks by planner, and OneNote. This is the basic. Let's move forward. And now I'll be showing you just the examples from my workshop. So all the screenshots, all the notes, everything what I have here, it comes from real examples. So those things happened in the past, and now I'm just sharing my comments, insights with you. So when we talk about the online workshop, we have to prepare dedicated team in Teams, and assuming that we have 2 groups, every group belongs to one channel, Team Stars, Teams Heroes. And our general channel is just to explain the others, okay, this is how we move. This is the tasks by planner, where we will be doing something. This is a tab which is called rules, and in this tab we have some notes, so just the basic stuff. And yeah, in every channel, here are 2 approaches. So every group has its own channel, and inside I have a dedicated meeting in this channel. Of course, now we have breakout rooms, so you can also consider having breakout rooms. But I used in the past, before breakout rooms appear, just the channel meetings. So every group has their own meeting in a channel. And yeah, when we have all done, everything is prepared, or our room, or just our Teams team, then we can start design thinking workshop. We are starting with empathize phase. And empathize phase, depending if it's in person or online, can be done, for instance, in this way. So We have a few exercises. The one is ego shower. It comes from real workshop. Participants, they can stand in a circle, one by one. They enter to the center of the circle and they say something trivial, that I ate my breakfast today, or whatever, I woke up at 7 a.m. And the others reward this person with tremendous applause and cheer with the enthusiasm. So all of those exercises, you can Google them or simply ask me for more if you want to try it out. Their main purpose is just to relax our brains and also prepare our brains for future creation. And yeah, what we can do if we have online meetings. So again, participants introduce themselves by saying their name and role in the organization, plus adding an adjective that describes themselves, starting with the first letter of their name. So my name is Edita Gozsony, I'm Adoption and Change Management Consultant. E like energetic, and then one by one. This phase is very short one, just to break out, just to break out any barriers between us and also prepare our brains, as said before, for creative work. And then we move to the define phrase, stage. Define. In this specific stage from design thinking, we are defining the problems and current challenges we are facing. So, as I said, some people are complaining that our coffee machine is not good enough, but the others are saying, okay, the technology we're using is not good enough. Participants, they have roughly 15 minutes, so every group is working separately, and they are just generating those challenges and problems all together. When this phase is done, this is, of course, here, slow down. Here's the example how to define those problems and challenges when you have online workshops. So you are using Planner as a tab, you have a bucket which is called problems, and then the group is adding new tasks as just virtual post-it to this bucket. So at the end, we have a long list of them. Then, when those problems are generated, the idea behind is to group them. Because too many systems, too many emails, as you can see, but also too small kitchen or coffee machine doesn't work. So it's extremely important to group those problems. And for that, we can use just labels we have in our tasks. You can also change the name. Here I kept just pink, red, yellow, but we can change something for communication or integration or whatever. And the types of groups examples, so those are the ones which appeared the most during workshops. I had a chance to manage communication, document management, many IT platforms. Let's say that's it. And yeah, now we are set. We have our problems, we group them, so we can move forward. And yeah, and you remember that I said, okay, there is a definition part, but there is the next part where we want to ask users how to extend or how to improve our teams. And in this specific part, we are going to have an inspiration session, kind of breakout session where your role, you as a moderator, you as a Microsoft expert, you have a chance to shine. What you can do. For instance, you can just prepare the inspiration session prepared by you in advance while knowing your company, where you may show all sweet spots of Microsoft Teams like bots, custom apps, third-party solutions, any workflow, everything what might be useful for your users, but without pushing them that this is something what we really have to have because I said so. So kind of inspiration session. You can also take some sample apps. Microsoft is providing some sample apps based on the Power Platform. Here we have bulletins, we have employee ideas. Why not to show them that, hey, this is something what we can actually use internally. We don't have to invest for any other external, internal whatever solution, we can actually use something what Microsoft already shared publicly. And then this session is about 30 minutes, not too long, but really packed with concrete examples. And then we can move forward. We can move forward. And okay, our participants, they saw what are the capabilities, what we can achieve. So now let's talk about the problems we listed. And then let's think about, okay, we have to narrow those problems that can be solved by Microsoft Teams. So before we said that the coffee machine doesn't work or kitchen is too small, we know that those things Microsoft, at least at this moment, cannot solve, but maybe somebody has, is there any rumor? Microsoft is making kitchen bigger or something? Not really. So in this specific stage, we just move all the key problems, which are really the problems that might be solved by technology. We move them from problems bucket to key problems bucket, so the second one in our planner when we talk about the online version. And yeah, we had inspiration session, we talked about problems, we labeled them, we selected the most important ones. Now it's time for problems presentations. So normally I have 15 minutes chat with attendees, and they are just exchanging their findings. So in our opinion, this is the most important one. Or in ours, this is the most important one. And then at the end, we collect all of them by type, but also we narrow them by the ones which can be simply solved thanks to Microsoft Teams and other integrations around. We have problems. We had inspiration session. So now we can move to next step, which is called ideate. In this stage, we simply generate the solutions. We already got some inspiration from moderator. Our brains are relaxed. We had a chance to complain a bit about the problems we are facing currently. So now let's brainstorm together and let's find the best solution. Ideate. This is the third bucket when we use Planner. And how Microsoft Teams can be used in our organization to solve the current problems and challenges. Now our participants, attendees, they have around 15 minutes to brainstorm together. I mean, every group brainstorm together. And it's just simply listing the ideas, what teams can bring to our table. So the possibility to work with external partners in one place, or onboarding process in Teams, dedicated team for HR. So all of those examples are the real ones. And after 15 minutes, of course, we have those ideas, solutions we want to have, or we think that they might be useful for our organization. Then every group has to choose the best ideas. Quite often I have a very long list with different ideas. This time I have to say, okay, just 2 ideas. So we have 2 groups, 4 ideas, that's it, because I know that in the future somebody has to build up all of those ideas, all of those solutions. So it's very important to have just 2 per group. And yeah, so those are the selected ideas. We move them to the second bucket. And in this specific view, we have the ideas which came from those 2 groups all together. And yeah, okay, so I have ideas. I know some technical stuff. I'm a moderator, but it doesn't say a lot, right? If somebody said, okay, bot for IT tickets, we don't see the context. Okay, it's nice idea, but how can I really provide what they expect? So, in the next step, this is again your role as a moderator. You have to spend about half an hour, maybe 1 hour, to discuss with your users what do you mean by saying onboarding process in Teams, dedicated team for HR. This is trivial, But if you are talking about internal communication plus any bots around or whatever, then it's not that easy. And now, this is the time for deeper discussion. Questions, answers. Of course, here is the example from one of my on site workshops when we're just brainstorming together with the group. And you can, if you have online version of your session, of course, online you use OneNote. And let's go to the funny part, prototype. Okay, I have my notes. Workshop just ended. My notes are my notes. And my job to be done is just describing first, document first, what we found out. So we are summarizing the workshop and propose the technical solutions that may fill out, not fill out, but they can be kind of base for future prototyping, real prototyping and developing. In this specific example, I have two examples. So integration with IT services and onboarding bot, where I just described briefly the concept. And then what are the user benefits, because the solution comes from users. Business benefits to motivate the leadership, why actually this is important. Of course, the description can be longer, but people, they want to have just one pager. That's why this is prepared this way. And the technology behind. So here we have Teams, just websites embedded in Teams, Teams Work Hub, one of the apps based on Power Platform, and second Microsoft Teams and Power Virtual Agent Bot. That's it. It can be even more. I would say that in these two specific examples, it's quite less, especially in current times when everyone is in Teams and we want to extend Teams as a platform, but it's rather about sharing the concept, how you can prepare such a summary. Okay, and now it's time to create the real things. So after approval from my customer or from the group with whom I worked before, it's time for real work. So we transform those scenarios, those ideas, into the Teams environment. Here is just one example. That was the trivial one. And here is another one where actually Work Hub has been implemented. It comes from the customer. The customer was, I'm not sure if I can say the name, so better not. But big company, well-known brand selling coffee. And it's not Costa Coffee. So the idea behind was how to connect frontline workers, baristas, with office workers. And we had a project where baristas, they have been asked to bring their own device, and they were using Teams on their mobile phone. And since we wanted to have, first of all, the platform for safe communication, not Facebook or WhatsApp groups, because that was in the past. And also have an application inside this mobile app where they can simply log in or access different third-party platforms. I don't really remember what was that, but it was something related with HR. They had any specific HR platform, and thanks to Work Hub, they were able to have this specific connection between Teams and other platforms they used in that times. So it really comes from the real life. And yeah, at the end, we have a testing phase. Testing phase, when the solution is ready, or at least the prototype is ready, we are giving our users, so the ones who took part in the workshop, these specific solutions for roughly 2 weeks. So they have a chance to play around a bit, they have a chance to share some feedback, they have a chance to simply check if it's something what we expected, or rather just it doesn't work and we have to repeat the workshop again. No, it's not that bad, but it depends on you. You are a moderator, so if you are getting more information from the audience, then you can deliver better content. So yeah, 2 weeks. I have here at least 4 weeks. Depends, of course, on the project size, but 2 weeks, it's quite tight. We are gathering the feedback as said. We can also use employee ideas. For instance, if we have presented this specific application during our inspiration session, you can also use that to, in the same time, to adapt them with the new reality, with new possibilities, which can be done inside teams. And yeah, and when we have a feedback, we have time to polish the solution, and if needed, repeat the workshop. It didn't happen often in my life that we had to repeat the workshop, but if you had such a situation that you have to repeat because for some reason there were some misunderstandings in the communication, you should get back to the part where you ideate. So you just create, you brainstorm the solutions again. Because sometimes, unfortunately, we have different wording, we are using different languages, different, sometimes corporation slogans. And yeah, those communication bottlenecks, they can simply happen. But hopefully, you will not experience that in the future. Design thinking benefits, there are many, but if I would say which of them are the most important ones from my point of view, is the fact that we really talk with users. And those users are engaged in a creation phase. If they are engaged in a creation phase, it means that they also feel kind of committed to the things we build up together. So naturally, you are bringing them to this creation phase, and also you are getting their commitment, you are getting their satisfaction kind of by default. Resistance to change, this is the biggest problem. Why we should change something is good like it is. Okay, it's not perfect, but at least I know all the paths we are following. And of course, I need to use different, I don't know, I have Slack and Teams, but actually I know how it works, so why should I suddenly switch to Teams or the other way back or whatever? And since users, they really know that those ideas come from their minds, they are eager to implement those things faster and also build a nice and optimistic, enthusiastic rumor around the new things which are cooking. So yeah, we are building the custom real-life Teams usage scenarios which solve the true business problems. And from the adoption and change management perspective, at least in my eyes, the last point is very important one, because if we have a solution or prototype or solution which was accepted after this prototyping phase, you have a perfect starting point to create your training materials. So you are not showing your employees, your users, okay, this is just plain Teams, two channels, and this is if you want this, if you want that, you just click here, click there, so without any context, ABC, XYZ. So I'm sure that many of you saw those kind of demos without context at all, just plain platform. And here we already build up something, so it's way easier to explain the content and the technology, that it really fits to our organization and it really fits to our needs. So perfect base for training materials, future global trainings you have in plans perhaps. And yeah, I believe that's it. That was quick. Yeah, thank you. And again, thank you, sponsors. Yes?
I have a question. The
Mm-hmm.
Very often you have stakeholders who are bringing their own solutions. How do you approach this? Because,
They know better.
as a moderator, you are pushing them to one side of the
Yeah.
coin.
Very good, very good one. Very good one. I'm sorry that I'm just moving, but I'm not sure if you can hear me, or maybe this is just my impression. What I did, I had once a similar situation. It was at the beginning when I started with design thinking. That we found out some solutions, blah, 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 everything was great, and then blocker, C blocker, to be precise. And the best solution would be to invite one of those to take part in this workshop. I know that it might be hard to organize because they normally have no time. But in my case, I always had somebody from the leadership. Of course, at the beginning, people were a little bit tense. Oh, our boss is here. So it's better to not complain that this machine is broken. But design thinking brings a lot of great exercises in the empathize phase. The one I just show you these trivial examples. I know that they are kind of ridiculous, and you think, is she crazy? She's talking about any ego shower. But yeah, I know it looks weird, but this is the main purpose of this exercise, to do weird things, not that we are so professional, and my mic is here, and I'll be so professional. And those kind of exercises, I'll be more than happy to share the list of those exercises with you, or whoever will contact me directly. But they really help to integrate those people, no matter what's their role. It's hard. I'm not saying that it's easy to release the pressure that boss is standing next to me, and if I start complaining, I'm fired. But I believe that this is one of the solutions. The other one would be this specific table, not that basic like I have here, a little bit wider documentation, where you are just talking with the C-level man or lady, and you are pointing out, yes, they complained about this specific thing. If we don't change it, those benefits are gone. Those potential profits for your company are gone. Some are also fine with this. But it depends on the organization. It depends if it's a public sector, it's a smaller, bigger. We all know how it works. There is no one explanation. But if you have such an idea, I'll be more than happy to have a chat with you. And okay, so yeah, I will be more than happy to know your organization better and to give you some hints how I would do so. Yeah, I know that it's a little bit sometimes balancing. But yeah, good one. Thank you. Any other comments? Yes. Ah.
When I've done these sessions before, and we've got the difficult stakeholders, you've got other people in the room, you've got the business in the room. I'm working with a client right now, and they were wanting just to implement their help desk technology, and it was all implemented by technology.
Mm-hmm.
And it was only, the session started next week, and it was only like earlier on this week, they were like, oh, maybe we should get the business in the room. I'm like, okay, that's totally what you want, right?
But at least some idea. Wow, business, help desk for business. Right?
In the room, like, oh, we'll build your persona profile, like, get the business in the room, right? So their voice is heard. But like, we've all made a point of getting the right stakeholders in the room. So for me, one of the main points of design thinking is to reach that consensus with the stakeholders, and they have to be in the room, and they have to have their voice heard. Because afterwards, if they say, oh, I didn't get my point across, or I think my initiative hasn't been prioritized yet.
Mm-hmm.
You were in the room, you had your chance, you had your platform yet. And if you tell them up front, say if you're not in the room, then you're not going to get a chance to get your little private project prioritized. Yeah. So you've got to
when you is it recorded? But yeah, this is a challenge. Seriously, I know that this is a challenge to motivate those C-level leadership people to take part in this workshop. I know. But as you said, if they don't hear user voice, it's hard to convince them. And personas, yeah, I know, personas, we use personas in different situations, marketing, while preparing any campaign, in change management as well. But at the end of the day, this is what stays in your heart.
Have you looked at Microsoft Catalyst at all? Microsoft Catalyst is Microsoft's framework for design thinking.
No, I never use that. I'm just created something by myself. It works, so that's why I'm sharing. But it's a good one. Yeah, there was another.
I quite like the idea that you sort of talked about using Planner for ideas capture stuff, but you also mentioned on the slide other idea apps. Are there any good idea apps that work well with teams that you or other people in the room might have used?
Tools, Miro, Maxoon are all
Miro, but yeah, I tried to use Miro, for instance, but I'm not Miro. Sorry. Miro. Yeah. I tried to, but for some reason I wanted to have everything inside Teams. And also, while using Planner, it was also motivation to my attendees to understand what Planner is. Maybe just the surface, but at least to show them that you can click and nothing will happen. So it's also behind the lines, you are just selling the technology. That's why I'm using Planner.
Well, you've got that double reason for showcasing.
Yeah, it's just, yeah. Yep.
You've given examples of in-person and online following the design thinking process. We found the solutions, the ideating process, they've come up with different ideas depending on which way they're doing it.
No.
Is it
Based on my experience, they are more or less the same. So I haven't seen any specific difference, but yeah. Yeah, sometimes technology can be a barrier and this physical interaction is missing. Yeah.
whether it is a benefit, whether it's doing it online and it's an online-based
Uh,
solution, whether that benefits because they're using the tools.
Yeah, very good one. I don't know actually how to answer this question. It's a good one. If we have just the meeting like we have today, and I can see you, we can have interaction, we can have small talks just before my session, right? It's different experience, so the distance is shorter. And it really helps for the future activities we are doing together, like those brainstormings or complaining together. Complaining together sounds better, just defining the problems, complaining. So from this human perspective, for sure, in person is better. But if you want to sell technology in between the lines, maybe it's set it up online. The question is, so when you start with Teams, maybe it's better to do it online. I know that it sounds risky, but you are selling the technology. But when you are using design thinking method just to extend Teams as a platform, not only for communication and collaboration, meaning Teams, channels, blah, 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 but add something on the top, maybe it really makes sense to make a physical workshop because they already know the platform. Now we need to have ideas how to improve it.
to see the chat and hear
Mm.
what people are saying. And when you're actually in a room, you can see who's sitting quiet, and they need a voice, so they're there for a reason. And you can pull them in and say, "What would you say? What would you say?" And then you can get them moving around the room. And sometimes, actually, if you move from left to right, you can get people to think about what they don't like to the left of the room, and then as that's all come out as a group, you can move to the right and then look at the solution, and that's kind of transitioning them through. So there is actually a left to right thinking about this as well, in a physical room as well as even online, that you move from the left to the right, so you're leaving the problem behind and moving towards the future of the solution. But it's really interesting to hear how you're using Planner, and it's interesting that how you've got the buckets and all that. So that particularly I think is really interesting as well, you know, your template.
All right,
On the
thank
whole
you.
is really good, because you do need that. Sometimes I just
Yeah.
want to look at, well, what am I going to get for it?
So we can connect. As said, we all can connect, and I'll be more than happy to share. What I have somewhere in the cloud, all of the examples I used in the past. If you just need some inspiration, yeah, and I'm always happy to help you to shape your workshop. Good. Any other question? Thank you.
Yeah, you begin.
Are we good? Okay. So welcome to our session. The title is Oops, Something Went Wrong. So that means that if something goes wrong during the session, we're just covered, basically. So now you know what to expect. First of all, thank you to the sponsors. Microsoft, who is the biggest sponsor, who made it possible that we are all here, and then of course to the platinum sponsors, HSO, Proximo 3, Docs42, PwC, and AIS. Without them, this would not have been possible. I'm sure that all of you as well think it's great.
Right, of course. Without them, we wouldn't be here.
No, we wouldn't be here. I'm happy to be here in person. I know Thomas is as well. We've done some, but it's still cool to have in-person events again. So that's the first thing that went wrong. Should we do a counter? So hi, I'm Carmen. I'm a Power Platform architect based in Belgium. There are still seats left. Please do find your seat, no worries. And I'm also a business applications MVP. Since the beginning of the year, I've been working with Microsoft 365 for 7 years and the Power Platform for coming up to 4 years. I'm a serial learner, which means that I like to learn a lot of new things, and then I like to share those learnings in the community. I'm an open sourcerist. I build an open source solution, Provision Genie, and I have a small dog that I love very much.
Right. My name is Tomasz Poszytek. I'm coming from Warsaw in Poland. I am as well the business applications MVP, although a bit longer. Now, I've been working with basically Microsoft technologies for really years before I started the community journey. But ever since I somehow touched Microsoft, it was always focused on processes. So I've been using with SharePoint Designer, with workflows in SharePoint Designer. Then I've been also working a lot with Nintex. And ever since Cloudflows, so the Power Automate or Microsoft Flow back then, went out from the preview, then I started adopting that platform, and I'm working today nearly only with cloud companies, with cloud customers, and doing the automation on, well, in cloud and applications as well, a little bit. I'm as well a bit, well, social person, so I'm as well writing blog posts and recording videos. So if you're like interested in following me, then you can either go to one of these URLs or scan the QR code, and then you'll land on like a landing page with all these hyperlinks so that we can connect. So like if you have questions during the session, simply raise up your hand. I'll do my best to reach out to you with the microphone so that you can repeat the question loud. But basically, don't hesitate to ask questions during the session while the context is known to everyone, because later then we'll just get lost, right? And something might go wrong. Agenda, yes.
The agenda. The agenda for today. So we have 5 topics that we want to cover. So first of all, we're going to talk about debugging. First, the basics, and then how we approach this. Afterwards, error handling, again, the basics and how we approach this. And then we're going to finish off looking at Azure Applications Insights.
Right. Just before I continue, I have to say I'm really thrilled and somehow surprised that we have so many of attendees today.
It's very nice.
Yeah, that really shows that we are all really starving for these social interactions in the community, which is really nice. So we just once again welcome to this session. I'm very happy. All right, so let's start with debugging. We'll start with some fun facts because, well, every one of us, possibly most of us here, we've been doing some applications, cloud flows. Maybe you're even developers, so that debugging is nothing really new to you. And the goal is that no matter what you are doing, either applications in low-code, no-code approaches, or this full-stack development, it's always that the coding itself or creating itself is short, and then you got stuck on that thing that doesn't work, and you just can't find which thing doesn't work. So you're just doing this application, this flow for quite a short time, and then you're just stuck and trying to figure out why the hell it doesn't work, because it should work, because you follow all the best practices. We copied some code from elsewhere or just did that code the best way you knew that it should be done, but it still doesn't work. So what's wrong? And in the end, you find yourself and your neighbors, your colleagues at work, as some kind of a socially or mentally unstable person, because you're just murmuring to yourself and just looking at a monitor, talking to yourself, trying to figure out what's wrong. And then finally, after many hours of this mentally unstable behavior, you shout "Eureka!" and yes, you found that small piece, that small comma which is missing, or semicolon, or this whatever missing point in the expression that made the whole application just stuck. And in the end, well, you continue with new errors, actually. So it's just a never-ending process that after you find the first error, then you face new errors which will appear after saving the first one, right? So the debugging is just going on and going on. All right. So now
how
you
do we
the
approach this?
real content.
How do we approach debugging? Well, in our opinion, there are two sides to debugging. The first one is reading the results and understanding what is going wrong, because you can't fix something when you don't know where it's going wrong. Logic to try and make it work, hopefully. Well, that's, of course, the goal. So these are the two steps that we need to take. And then looking at Power Apps and Power Automate, how we can do that, and I am going to switch to the demo, and I probably will need you to help me switch now, because this is his computer. If you show it me once, then I will probably be able to...
It's just a virtual desktop. Okay. But because it's
just the...
Oh, sorry.
That's the... It's probably on there, isn't it? See, second thing that is going wrong. See, Thomas?
No, it's all fine.
Yes?
Yes, I made it. Or hopefully I've made it. Right, so just switch from my flows to your flows, to your apps.
Here we are. So when we're talking about debugging, and then I need to switch the other screen. In Canvas apps, because that's what we're going to talk about, Canvas apps and Cloud Flows. In Canvas apps, debugging usually starts with this red cross that you see. It can also start with the result not being what you want it to be. But if you have this red cross, which is clearly indicating, hey, you have an error here, something is not right, how can you then, first of all, understand what went wrong? It's to go to the app monitor. I lost the cursor. There we are. To go to the app monitor, it's this stethoscope, which also has the app checker, which also has the red circle next to it. And then you can very easily find not only where the problem is occurring, but also some information about the issue. And here it's the issue is that the function patch has some invalid arguments. And if I then click here, oh,
I know it's fast.
Your mouse is very sensitive, yes. And here I can see that the location is in button save on select, so the on select property of my save button, which is currently hidden, because if I go to preview and I try to edit an account, the error is actually occurring on this save button to save the changes. So I can see that now it's clearly linked to the save button. So if I click the arrow next to the error message, I can also immediately go to where it's going wrong. So if I then select edit in the formula bar, I am now in my onSelect property of my save button, and I also see the red squiggly lines which indicate where it's going wrong. So here I just have the wrong argument. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to update the the country of my, or that's the functionality that I want to. I'm trying to update the country of my account, but I'm actually writing this to the category field, which is not the text field, it's a choice, which is why it's not working. And so if I change this, then I immediately will see that the error is gone. Oh, not gone, of course, because it's an address field, so I need the whole field name. There we go. And then the error is gone. So that is the first step in understanding where things go wrong. You use the app checker, and then you figure out where the mistake is happening. Another useful thing in trying to figure out where things are going wrong, and especially in modifying the logic, is being able to turn off certain parts of the functionality by commenting them out. So if I want to know, for example, when I click on my save button, I don't immediately want to close my pop-up, so I want to turn this functionality off, then I can comment out that part of the functionality with 2 slashes, forward slashes. If I want to block out multiple lines, then I can use block comments, which have this pattern. There is the asterisk. And then I can simply comment out multiple lines at once, which makes it easy if you have a long expression in your formula bar and you just want to see what one piece of that functionality is doing, you can comment out all the rest. Or if you have one thing that is broken and you want to see if everything else is still working, you can comment out the one broken thing and then try to fix it later on. So this is useful in trying to get to where things are going wrong. And then let me go back to the slides.
Oh, the slides are on the remote desktop, outside of the remote desktop. So.
Yeah. So that is how you can understand app behavior. It's the app checker. And then the app monitor is also useful. It gives you more extensive information, more deeper insight into what is going on. You see all of the calls that happen to a data source, etc. You see the responses. And there you can also see whether the queries that you're doing are correct, where in your action it's going wrong. So those are useful for understanding app behavior. And then modifying the logic. You can do that by working with different app controls and with the functionality, by making things visible. Very often, understanding where something is going wrong and then modifying it afterwards is about making things visible. So you can do that by, for example, having a label on your screen which is just there for debugging, which displays the value of a certain variable, or a table if you want to check a list of records that you want to have. So those are things that I do all the time when I'm building applications and I just want to know the value of a certain thing. I want to know where things are going wrong. These are the ways that I try to make things visible. And then turning off part of the function, but with the commenting, like I showed. How do we do this in Power Automate?
Right. So in Cloudflows, we are basically doing all these things quite the same. So as many of you, hopefully, is working with Cloudflows, and I'm not the only one here doing that. I again need to close the presentation. So in Cloudflows, we as well have a feature that's called a flow checker. So again, like in Power Apps, there is a stethoscope with that red dot that actually shows us all the information about our Cloudflows. I mean, everything that is an error or a warning. So for example, if I, let me just maybe go to that easier flow. And here I add a small scope, a compose action, which obviously has to be filled with any kind of information. Then in Flow Checker, I will have immediately information, or I should have immediately information, that this action requires contents. Also, there are warnings, so information about what things you are having in your Cloudflows which are not errors, so they won't prevent the Cloudflow from running, but they might impact how the Cloudflow behaves. So like in this example, the flow is in a solution. However, it is still using the connections or connection references. The same thing like if you were having a flow which is being called from Power Apps, so it's being triggered by the Power Apps trigger, and then if you'd like to change anything in the logic of the Cloudflow, or for example, number of input variables, then you'll have again information, the warning information that by doing so, you might affect all these applications which are related or connected to this Cloudflow. So then again, be aware. So the flow checker is the first place that is going to tell you if there is anything wrong in your flow, whether it's an action that still requires to be configured, or a wrong connection that doesn't work, or even a wrong expression that doesn't work. So this is the first place. Now, the second thing you can use, or you can, well, utilize when the flow is not working, obviously is information about the flow run that delivers you the details about every action. Okay, this one was not triggered yet, but in flow run history, you have information about, again, that one is not right. Last check, right. So here you have the full run information about every action that was executed in the flow. And then if there was an error, then again, the action that actually failed is going to be highlighted with this red exclamation mark icon to get with information about what actually went wrong, like what was the error that occurred on that action. So this is the information you can use to debug instances that run already and to try to find resolutions, fixes to the errors. Now, as we spoke about the beginning, in the beginning about debugging, is that usually after you fix the first error, others appear. So in case of Power Apps, for example, as Carmen showed, you were able to comment out pieces of logic, pieces of the PowerFX expressions. Well, in Cloudflows, you are not able to comment out expressions because, well, still we are not having PowerFX support in Cloudflows. So when speaking about expressions, there is not much you can do, actually. You can try to remove the expression from the action and replace it with just the text that should be the outcome of the expression. However, the debugging of the expressions itself is really harsh, and there's no easy way to do that. So what I can recommend when speaking about the expressions themselves is to simply replace them with the outcomes and then, or maybe just simplify them and try to break them down into many composed actions and then perform each step of the expression operation per compose a step-by-step, well, like writing out outcomes of every modification or manipulation expression is doing. However, when you have a Cloudflow which is really large and you know that some action is failing and maybe that the reason of the failure is like out of your control, you can't just make it to run properly, then you are not able to comment the action out. However, for most of the actions, you're able to like disable it. So once you navigate to the Cloudflow and to the action that is failing, then under the ellipsis icon, you have a functionality or a position in the menu that is called the static results. Now, the preview piece of the label is there for years, and I have no idea when it will be removed. However, the goal is that with static results, you're simply able to turn this action or to like turn it off, and so that it will always return either the correct or wrong information, or it will just return the information you want. So in case you would like this action to always return the data that it should return if it runs successfully, then you simply need to provide the outcome status code. You can then as well provide headers, and what you can do as well is to provide body. Body. Yeah, somewhere here is the body. Yeah. So instead of just, for example, providing the header like content, let's just do this way. Okay, how the header should look like. Let's say it's JSON. So you can provide a header, and as well you're able to provide some outputs. So in case, like in this situation, there is an action that calls a Graph API endpoint, then what you could do is to simply navigate to documentation, see how the outcome of such an action should look like, and then copy-paste the example from the Microsoft Docs and paste it here. Well, I'm not going to do that because I will just waste some time on looking. But the point is, once I now save these static results, the action is now having this icon here. And if I test it now, you'll see that the action itself is just going to be, let's say, executed as if it was run successfully. Sorry, I just need to trigger it from the Postman. Right, so it's now running, and it hopefully soon is going to be completed. Right, your flow runs successfully, and this action, which is now set to use the static results, it as well runs successfully, showing that body value that I provided. Okay, I just messed up something with headers, but the goal is that the whole flow run. So like the other thing you could do, if your action is failing, you can as well, or maybe some piece of logic is failing, but you still would like to test the rest of your Cloudflow, is to use not only the static results, but as well to use a thing that is called the parallel branch, for example. So in here, you will be able to put some pieces of the logic in the branch that should be executed successfully. For example, like moving some of these actions from the left side. Okay, this one action depends on that one, but let's assume that we had some kind of a logic here below, so I could be able to simply provide actions in here, plus to use an action that is called a terminate on the other branch that is still filing and you don't want it to be executed. So that, well, you can say that this branch is going to be succeeded or it won't be executed, and then the workflow would just go and execute actions in the other branch. So this way you're as well able to like cut off some of the logic from the Cloudflow that you don't want to execute, and then focus on the parts that you still need to work on. So this is what we can do, speaking about the debugging in Cloudflows. There is much more we can do as well in desktop flows, so in RPA, but we are not going to talk about RPA, as this is a topic in itself. It's a lot to do. All right, now switching to you, I just need to turn off the logic, the static results, because I will need the action working. Does any of you have any questions to this part of the presentation? Right.
Yeah. You will run up with the microphone or not? Okay.
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 That static results thing, when you're at the workflow view and you see that there are components that have got that set.
Yes, because...
You could go with that live and have that.
Right, so yes, you can, because that action, that icon actually, that shows this action has static results turned on, it is always here. So
I was thinking more at the higher level, so the workflow overview page says, hey, you've got a static result being returned here, and you might want to go and switch them off before you go live. I know it's a governance thing, but it would just be nice, I think.
Right, so basically, if you haven't heard, the question was if there is any information on like the workflow instance level that this specific instance was using static results instead of live results. So no. The only information that is using static results is this specific action that does it, and this is that laboratory cone, and that's the only icon and information that there is static results on in that Cloudflow. But there is no information on the level of the instance.
Thanks.
Oh wow! Why are you sitting so far away? Yes, please.
When you export, does it keep the static data?
All right. So the question is, if I export the Cloudflow with the static results on, is its configuration saved? Yes, it is. So it will be exported with that status, with all those configurations in actions that was present at the moment of export. So then it will be, again, after import, it will be still running the static results. So just to summarize, when speaking about debugging in Cloudflows, what you can do is to use the flow checker to get information about the configuration issues that you have in your flow, or to use the run history to find out which flow failed, and as well to use error details of that run instances to find out which action failed. And then speaking about the actions or the tools that you can use to debug, I haven't mentioned that one. So you can replace the trigger in your Cloudflow, which might be failing to the manual one, so that you are able to trigger your Cloudflow just manually when you want it. Then obviously, once you're done with changes, you can resubmit the flow, so it will be resubmitted with the same data as it was submitted in the first place when it failed. Plus, you can use this terminate action, static results, and run after, which could be as well used to cut out pieces of the logic from the whole flow logic. I will be talking about the run after as well about in the error handling section. So sorry not showing you this right now, but I promise I will. All right. Off to you.
Okay, and then after debugging, because debugging is again the first step in the application development process or the flow development process, because there you figure out all of the errors that happen when you're coding, when you're basically building it the wrong way. But then afterwards, when your app is running or your flow is running, still errors can occur because, for example, if you are contacting a database and you're not getting any results back, then you might want to handle that. You might want to handle that error. Or when your user gives you the wrong input, you also want to be able to deal with that so that it doesn't just break and then it's like, yeah, this is not going to work ever because it wasn't built for that. You don't want to give your users this message. Sorry, I can't handle this. I wasn't designed to do it, and now you figure it out. You probably will have to start all over again. That's not something that you want to tell your users. You want to be able to help them further. Even if they do something wrong, you want to be smart enough to tackle that and to foresee that so that when they do this, and it's not an if, it's a when, because users, you want to be able to deal with that.
Although it's still better to display an error message instead of displaying nothing and just displaying the loading icon, which can be displayed for years. Right?
Yeah. But displaying an error message could already be a way of handling the error.
True.
So what is the error handling pattern? It consists of 3 steps. In the first one, you're going to try to do something, and then a bug or an error might pop up. When that does, you're going to try to catch that bug and then deal with it in any way that is correct in that situation. Either you ignore it and you work along with default inputs when that is applicable. Either you have a fallback procedure, or you just say, okay, I can't deal with this. I will terminate and I will send a notification somewhere saying that, or display an error message, yeah, this is not going to work. And then finally, you handle whatever is left. So if you don't have an error, you will just finish whatever it is that you're doing, and then maybe write to a history somewhere like, okay, this run was successful, or this application was not having any issues. If there was an error, then you are going to, after you handled it, it's gone, but then you want to make sure that someone knows about this, potentially as well. So that's the try, catch, and the finally pattern. And we have this both, or we have the option to do this both in Power Apps and in Power Automate. So how do we approach error handling? It starts, of course, with analytics. You want to see what is going on. And for Power Apps, you have the analytics in the admin center, where you can see how many times an app has been used. And then, of course, you can also see how many times problems popped up. You can see, for example, how many times a toast error was given. So that means that something really went wrong and it was made visible to the user. And so here, for example, you see that, let me try this. There we go. You see that the first application has a much higher error count than the other two. So probably this is something that you want to look into. You want to figure out why that app is always failing, and then probably you want to solve that so that you do handle that error in the future. How do you do this in the app? And I'm going to show this, but first I will go through it. That gives Thomas some time to set it up. So you have an experimental feature in Power Apps, which is formula level error management. I do think it's still experimental. It's not in preview yet. Experimental means it's the step before preview, so it could still break. But still, it's already useful to know that it is there for the future and to play with already, where you get some functions that help you deal with errors. And if you don't turn this feature on, because you have to turn it on right now, it's not on by default. These functions will not do anything. They just won't be. They will be known, but they won't be executed. You have the trace function, which allows you to specifically display certain messages in the app monitor, which is also part of debugging, but can also still be useful in error handling. And then you can get information about the errors that were in your app by using the errors table, which is by default there. And then the try-catch pattern, which I am going to show in the app.
Okay.
Thank you. So we are going to the same app, to the other screen, and let me try to make this just a one, then 1 divided by 1 is still 1, and the square root of 1 is also still 1. So now I see that I have the right result. If I input 100, then 1 divided by 100 is 0.01, and the square root of 100 is 10. So both of this is correct. My functions are working correctly. Now what I can also do is I can try to figure out if maybe this app will tell me what is 1 divided by 0. And if you, if basic mathematics tells us that this is non-existent or it's infinity, depending on how far along you are in the... In kindergarten, they teach us that it's, or in middle school, they teach us that it doesn't exist, but then later on you learn that it does exist. But so now I don't get a result with the 1 divided by x, because this is not known. And the square root of a negative number is also not natural, so it cannot be represented here. So it also tells me there was an error. So in those two labels where I'm calculating the results, I'm actually having two different approaches. Where for the first one, if I go to my first label, I just divide 1 by my text input. And so if this is an invalid result, I'm actually not going to do anything with that result. However, in the other one, where you see there was an error text right now, I do handle this error. So I'm using the if error function, which is basically going to execute or try to execute the first function that I'm providing, which is taking the square root of my input and then making a text out of that to display. If that is correct, it will just display the result of that function. If, however, an error occurs in that function, for example, when I try to take the square root of a negative number, it will show a message saying that there was an error. And so that is the first of our experimental functions, if error, which just allows you to have a fallback for when an error occurs. So that is the first one. What I also have is, because this is a function that you can use wherever, also in properties, like the text or the display mode, for example, all those non-behavioral properties of your controls you can use this function in. But sometimes you want to do error handling when the user tries to take an action. Think, for example, when they try to patch to a data source and the input that they provide isn't right, then you want to also give them a message or either handle that error or whatever. And there, for that purpose, we have the behavior function, or we have also the if error, but then we can also use behavior functions in there. Let me go to preview again. So this button will just execute or calculate the square root as well, but then it will display a notification depending on the results of the square root. So if it's -1, it's not a valid input value, so it's giving me more information. But if I then put in 1, and I try the square root, then I get the notification that it was calculated correctly. Because sometimes you don't just want to show it in the label, but you also want to have an action tied to this. And so for that, we are using the same function, the if error, but then we are going to actually have options. So I have, if this is an error, then I am going to show the response or show the notification that the square root was not calculated correctly, that it's not a valid input value. If I don't have an error, so in the else, then I do have my my notification that it was calculated correctly. So that is how we can incorporate these behavior formulas in there as well. What I also have is I have the app on error property, which is another useful one. As you might know, all those properties that start with on, they are the behavior properties. So this is a property that will fire when there is an error in my app that is not handled anywhere else. So if I do handle the error in another way, this shouldn't fire. And here I'm using the trace function to actually make sure that the results of this error will show up in the app monitor. So to show this, I am going to start a monitor session for this studio session. And this opens in a new tab, and it shows me that this is a studio session. And if I then go back to the app and I preview again, and I try to do the wrong thing again, and I press the button, and if I then go to my monitor session, then I will see that the trace has showed up, and the result of my trace function was success because it did execute the trace. But I can see then the result, which is basically the inputs that I provide in that trace function. I am building the message so that it clearly shows up in the app monitor where the error occurred and where it was first observed, and how many errors there were in total. So this gives me the opportunity to tailor my monitor result to whatever it is I'm trying to figure out, and that it can be very useful. Because you can also, of course, export this, which then means you can give it to someone else to maybe figure it out, for example. Did I want to show something else? I think that was, let me take a sneak peek. I minimized the wrong thing.
You have to minimize the whole.
No, so that was what I wanted to show. Any questions about that? Yes?
You mentioned that this is experimental features.
Mm-hmm.
So I know when you're in a dev test prod, maybe it makes sense, but is it going to be like an issue if we deploy this to production, as in, if is error or something, does it cause any problem in the production, or is it more like in a dev test scenario, try to make sure your code is all right?
The thing with the experimental features is that Microsoft does not guarantee that it will. I don't know if they've shared a timeline on that. Do you know? No, I don't know if they have shared a timeline on that. But experimental is basically that they don't guarantee that it is going to work and that it is going to continue to work like it is doing right now. It gives you the opportunity to experiment with it already, to try it out and to figure out how you can use it in your applications. But I wouldn't use it for production applications right now. We don't have an alternative at the moment to do error handling in Canvas apps, so that is why I'm sharing it already. But for production, it's not production ready right now. You can use it in your development process. I don't see an issue with that, but I wouldn't deploy an app with these experimental features, with it turned on or with it implemented to production. I wouldn't do that. Okay.
All right, so we have like 10 minutes left, then I'll briefly go through error handling in Cloudflows, which is quite similar. Well, the first thing is about error handling that I want to add on top of what Carmen said, is that in Cloudflows, whenever a flow fails, it is usually business who is going to notify you that it failed because they are not they haven't received the expected results within the time they were waiting for them. And that's the worst feeling you could ever have, that your customer is asking you, hey, can you check if the flow failed? Because, well, mail didn't come within 5 minutes after I triggered it. So when speaking about error handling in Cloudflows and generally catching errors in Cloudflows, that one summary is called the flow monitor. It shows you all the flows that you're an owner of, not that are shared with you or that are in the environment, but you're an owner of, that you're an owner of, together with information whether the flow failed or not. So that's the first place where you can try and see which of your flows failed. And obviously, second place is to go into the specific flow and then its runs history to see which instances failed. And there you can, as EOS with the debugging, track down the reason of the failure and then either resubmit, fix the error, or just do something to make it work. Also, we have in Power Platform Admin Center information about the Cloudflows. There is the analytics, but it just shows like an overview of your environment, of how many flows you have, how many of them failed. Like there is this errors tab here, or a section, but it's not really useful when you really want to break down to the root cause of the problem, or to anyhow work with these errors. And also, you're getting this digest email once a couple of days with information that some of your flows failed, and then links to those flows, to those instances which failed. But still, all this information is like not proactive, it's like post-active. So you are being informed that something failed. But the goal is to inform yourself, to always push information, hey, I failed, so you can react really fast. So what you can use is, again, a number of techniques. Well, and here in Cloudflows, we as well have the try-catch pattern. So once you navigate to Cloudflows, to the templates, and you type the try-catch, you will have this template that, well, you'll see just in action. Basically, it uses two functionalities that are very important in both error handling and debugging. The first one is called the run after. So imagine that you have just like an action in your Cloudflow which might fail, and then depending on whether it failed or not, you're just doing a different logic. So then you are just using the parallel branch, and in one of the branches, you're executing the logic that would be run if the flow was just run successfully, if the action just was run successfully. And then in the second branch, you configure the action using the configure run after functionality, that it will be only executed if the previous action failed. So that if anything here in this scope failed, then this flow will simply send me a notification with details that that flow failed, and the link to the flow itself. Now, the second mechanism that we are using in error handling in Cloudflows are the scopes, because scope itself behaves like a mirror, like a container, so that whatever happens inside the scope level is going to be, whatever happens within the scope is going to be reflected on the scope level. So if any action fails inside scope, the whole scope is going to fail. This is why we are building this try-catch pattern using scopes. So then the catch scope is simply being only configured to run after the try-catch either failed or is skipped or is timed out. And then what I'm doing in the catch scope, I'm using a function that is called the results. And this expression got result that you have to provide the name of the scope or any other action which metadata you want to get, is then returning a JSON with information about every single action that is being executed within the scope, within the try scope. And then I'm as well filtering this returned array to leave only those which are having status either failed or timeout. And then for each such item, I'm just building myself like a string that is in the end being sent to my email as the information that this flow actually failed. So now, once I execute this flow, right, so this is just a flow. It shows the operation completed, although it failed. And I see that I have already received an email. So there is information that this flow failed. It failed in action, get newly created site ID. It failed because there was a bad request. And also it failed because what I can read in the details is that the client secret provided is expired. So then, again, once I hit the hyperlink that I as well created in this digest email, it simply navigates me straight to that instance that actually failed. Yes, it does show the flow runs successfully, but that is because the catch block doesn't have, in the end, an action terminate with the fail status. So this is how you can actually work with the error handling on the flow level. And then, well, you can't build like a logic that if a flow fails, then you maybe execute a different logic like very easily, because for that you might be willing to build some complex branching architecture or maybe child flow architecture that if specific logic failed here, then execute the different child flow. However, the goal is just catch these errors and be notified yourself so that, well, you won't be the last one to know. And the last thing we want to show you is how you can as well use Azure Application Insights, maybe this time without slides, just let's show the demos. Because the Application Insights is as well a very cool product in Azure that helps you to really create logs of your applications that are running, well, like Power Apps or Cloudflows. And it will as well deliver the business information, just the logs about everything that happened within these solutions. And again, you're able to log this information and build reports on top of them. So.
Yes, and here we have an advantage over Cloudflows because in Canvas apps you can, when you create an Azure Application Insight instance in Azure Application Insights, where else, you get an instrumentation key which you can paste in the app itself in the instrumentation key property. And what this does is it will send the logs of all of the sessions of the app actually playing, not in preview, but actually playing in the player, to Azure Application Insights, and then you can get information on that. So I have done this for this application, and earlier today I've done 3 sessions where I've just opened the app. So in Azure Application Insights, you can get more insights about sessions, and a session is basically when a user opens the app. Then you see that I have 3 sessions with X amounts of events, and then I can see the timeline of that session. So what I can see is the app was opened, and then the user navigated to error handling, back to debugging, back to error handling, and back and forward. So I haven't done anything extra except for pasting the instrumentation key in the app, and I already have an overview of what the users are doing in my application. So even if you do nothing else, this already provides you useful information. And you can also see error messages when things failed.
Right, and then speaking about Cloudflows, it's unfortunately not that well integrated. I mean, it's not integrated at all. So you can't really use application insights without some coding. What I'm doing here to make it happen is that in the Cloudflows, no, where is that Cloudflow? Oh gosh.
You have too many tabs open.
Too many open. Right, so what I'm doing is I've written like a dedicated Azure function that is using Application Insights SDK. So I have two functions. One is to log event, the other one is used to log exception. And these functions are actually being called straight from the flow logic using the HTTP request actions. And here I simply provide information that I want to store. So like with log event, just details about what action is being executed next. And when speaking about error handling, that's nearly the same logic as you saw before, where for each error that is found, this Cloudflow is simply recording a separate error back to application insights. So in this loop that is going through that filtered array of errors, it is just sending details about the error. Here again, the same information that I've sent to myself on email, but this time they are being stored in application insights. And well, actually, number of information that we are able to log in Flow is up to us. It's like how you build your own Azure functions that are using the SDK. For example, for exceptions, what I can read here, apart from this default information, I do have as well that details about well, the flow URL, the action name which failed, the status, the code, again, the information about why the action failed. So I'm able to really log any information that I want from within the flow. Then speaking about just regular tracking of actions, then again, this is up to you. What I'm recording is just information about the action that is actually being executed, and just some descriptive information what is going to happen next. And then on top of this flow on this application insights, you're able as well to build Power BI reports that is going to, or that are going to deliver information to your business, how your flows, your applications are performing in the whole of your environment. I mean, you know, in your organization, because that is actually environment independent. So you're able to do a lot. And with that, I know we're running out of time.
2 minutes over time.
And with that, we would like to thank you.
If you have any more questions, we will be here, tomorrow, but we will let Antti set up here so that we're not in the way anymore. And then if you have any more questions, just come up to us later today or tomorrow. Thank you once again, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much. Or you can just come down.
Whew. Wow, finally, what a day. This is project operations and PSA from PSA to project operations, and the room is like 3/5 full. Are you certain you're in the right auditorium? All right, I'm being sarcastic. All right, so welcome everyone. My name is Antti Pajunen. I come all the way from Finland, and for the next about, I'd say 45 minutes, we're going to talk about project operations and how to actually move from project service automation to project operations. Now, the interesting question, who here has implemented or is implementing either PSA or ProjOps as a consultant? Don't be shy, hands up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Awesome. Who here is a project operations user? Who just uses project operations, either as a power user or just as a consultant? So we have a couple of other hands. Who has no idea what project operations or PSA is? Same people who implement. I love the sarcasm. All right. Oop, did I break it? Because it's saying no signal. I should have turned it. I'm trying to get this somehow in a way that I can see the next slide so that I wouldn't have to kind of look over my shoulder, but I guess that's not going to work. So first off, thank you all the sponsors. Without sponsors, we would not be having this conference. This is a community conference. It means it is not pay to play. It is free, and with free community conferences, we really need sponsors to make these things happen. These cost an enormous amount of money. We need volunteers. If these guys wouldn't be sponsoring this event, we would not be having this. That is just how it works when it is a free community conference. So again, my name is Antti Pajunen. I come all the way from Finland. I'm a BizApps MVP. They gave me that like blue MVP badge for, blogging and blogging and talking about project operations and PSA. I've been working with project products, project service automation and PSA and whatnot since pretty much the summer of 2016 when PSA's version 1 came out. And I know someone here in the audience has been working with PSA pretty much for as long since its inception, and it's been a strange ride, so to say. And it's become a product that is not only just something that is very unique and first to the entire Dynamics platform. I'm going to explain that in a few slides. But it's also one of the applications and first-party products that is probably, I would argue, the most misunderstood from a purpose and context point of view. But we're actually not going to talk about the purpose and context of PSA or project operations. What we're going to talk about is how do we move from PSA to project operations? What are sort of the steps to do? When is that going to be possible? And then I'm going to have a really, really short demo, actually not about upgrading PSA to project operations, because that has, my intention for this session was the end of last year, when the upgrade should have been possible, and it's not still quite there. So I kind of had to improvise, and what we're going to do is we're actually going to look at a scenario of moving from a project management tool like Project for the Web or Project Online into project operations by migrating projects. So I'm going to do a short project migrating demo. And with that, if you want to hear more about the means of actually doing such migrations and what are the tools and services you have to use, Sebastian is going to have a session. This guy right here is going to have a session tomorrow. What time is your session tomorrow? 11. So that is a great session. It's going to be better than this. So attend that session. All right, so what is project operations? And a lot of you know this, but I do kind of have to start from the very basics in case there is someone here who has no understanding and idea of what this is. So I'm going to explain the very basics in a few slides, and then we're going to cover the sort of the upgrade process. And even though these images are pretty much images by Microsoft, it makes no sense for me to recreate their images. I want to try and explain this in my own terms, not in product marketing terms or not in terms that are, on Microsoft slide decks, but more in a way that I see it based on the implementation experience that I have with PSA and project operations. So the project operations application is really a culmination of 3 different technologies. Project for the Web, which is Microsoft's standalone project management tool for accidental project managers. No pun intended, or maybe pun intended, that's the way that they actually sell it. It's for accidental PMs. The other part of project operations is what used to be project service automation. So it's that application on Dataverse, on customer engagement, that actually allows you to kind of run front-end capabilities from basically project sales management to project management to project delivery, and then all the way to pro forma invoicing. And the third part of project operations these days, and here's the trick, you might have these two, the one on the left, PSA, and the Microsoft project, and kind of leave finance out in some cases, but really if we think of the entire application and really that platform story, that hero story, Dynamics 365 Finance is actually part of that, or rather Dynamics 365 Finance and Operations, its capabilities. So it is a culmination of essentially three different products. And that is, that sounds interesting, that is interesting. It also provides us with interesting challenges that we get to solve. And I'll talk a bit more about those challenges and what are the sort of the implementation methodologies in a few slides. Without going deeper into what project operations does, I do want to emphasize my point of view. This is my session, so I get to say how I think freely. I don't get paid. Microsoft, I don't know anything to Microsoft. Microsoft doesn't know anything to me. So project operations really is a tool for professional services organizations, period. For professional services organizations to manage a professional services business. Think of consultancies. So who here is a consultant? Raise your hands again. So we got about, pretty much everyone's a consultant. Think of your daily business. You deliver something for a customer. We all have to do time entries, which we all love so much because they're just the best things ever, and we always remember to do them on time and submit them by 4 p.m. on a Friday. And at the end of the month, when the end of the month is a Monday. And so if you think of your business, then what you do in your business is exactly what project operations is for. And saying period, that's where I want to emphasize. This is not for a company who manufactures stuff. This is not for a company that deals with tangible goods. All right? You might make it work for that. It is not for that. I always say that, if someone gives me something for manufacturing project operations, I run, because I've never seen it successfully implemented in such a case. And that said, professional services organizations, that is the focus. So now if we think of, where does project operations really sit in the biz apps, the entire Microsoft Business Applications landscape? Well, there's different ways of approaching this. One approach could be from a licensing point of view. And actually, that licensing point of view really dictates where it actually is. And from a licensing point of view, whereas project service automation was licensed as a customer engagement application, so essentially a CRM application. Project operations is an operations application, which essentially means it's an ERP application. So it sits in finance and operations when it comes to, SKU-wise. So it's an ERP product. And with it being ERP product, you can pretty much be very certain that ERP functionalities and that ERP story is what drives it. That is the driver. It's not the customer engagement side and its logic and that technology on the CE side. It is an ERP product, and that's where the product team is pushing it as an ERP product. Now, if we look at from a technical point of view, this is where it gets complex, because I just said that it's an ERP product. Well, yeah, it doesn't actually have to be an ERP product. So we got different kinds of deployment, implementation deployment methodologies. We can implement project operations on CE only. So only in CRM. It's installed exactly as PSA and any other, CE application. It sits on CE and that's it. Nothing to do with F&O or any of the other ERPs. Then on the other side of the coin, it can be F&O only. So nothing to do with CE, everything to do with F&O. So just an F&O. Essentially, if you're, who here has an ERP background? Who here deals with F&O? All right, so we got a couple. Not too many, but a couple. So this is, by the way, usually how the demography of the audience is. We have a few F&O people usually in the crowd, with the majority having a CE background. So this is a pattern. So from that F&O point of view, it is essentially classic project management and accounting in F&O, rebranded through a SKU, through new licenses, as project operations. So it's either or, one or the other side. Now, the middle ground, which is that hero deployment, that story that Microsoft is, selling and promoting and pushing, it's the one we want to implement, it's the one we want to sell, it's where from a project point of view, where the big bucks are, is that integrated story. And the integrated story means that it is a genuine combination of CE and F&O. So it is essentially both. How is it integrated? That's technical, and that's beside the point. But the point actually here is that from a technical point of view, this is genuinely the first business applications product or application that is truly a platform play application. So this leverages the entire platform natively, right? So it's not a flimsy integration between Sales and Business Central. It is truly a homogeneous platform play application. Does it always feel that way and seem that way? No, but it is a long road and it's a work in progress. That is the direction where we're going. And one example of that is, and just an example, is that Microsoft is moving that entire deployment into a single deployment experience on Power Platform Admin Center and letting go of LCS. So it is genuinely and truly becoming a platform play story. And the first one of its kind at that. So to really twist it for you, because this is one of those things where I get, pretty much the most questions from customers and consultants. Do you want to twist it? So it can be F&O, just F&O. It can be CE and only CE, or it can be F&O and CE. Is this absolutely clear to everyone, or do I need to explain it again? It is, great. So really, this is something where the majority of questions, I think, on the community forums and whatnot come from. Like, people don't understand what this really is because it is groundbreaking in the sense that we've not had an application like this, genuine platform application like this before, and now we do. So again, it is a genuine, first-of-a-kind, purpose-built platform application leveraging the C and the ERP sides. Now, some considerations around licensing and upgrading. So we kind of now get to the main topic of doing a PSA to project operations upgrade. First off, why do we have to upgrade from PSA to project operations? Well, the thing is, PSA is project service automation is deprecated, so it is going away. And by 2024, I forget the month, maybe some of you remembers, maybe it was October, yeah, 2024, the PSA is gonna essentially die. So we do need to upgrade from PSA to project operations pretty soon at some point. It is not an option to stay in PSA. You can't go around that. And when it comes to licensing considerations, the biggest driver here is really to consider when as an organization, your PSA licenses expire. That's the first thing to do. Check when your PSA licenses or your CE, D365 CE plan licenses expire. Because when they expire, you don't have use rights to PSA anymore. Your use rights are gone. And that's the thing. Project operations is actually backfilled into the CE plan license as well as PSA licenses. So with a PSA license or a CE plan license, you're able to use project operations. It's backfilled into that. But one thing that customers don't really understand is that it doesn't go the other way. With project operations licenses, you're not able to run PSA. Well, technically, I guess you are, because there's really no good license enforcement technically on the platform. But, if KPMG hits you with an audit, then you're screwed. So if you have project operations licenses, you cannot run PSA. And then one thing, especially if you're, who here is from the mid-market segment, SMBs, SMEs? About 1/3 maybe. So one thing to keep in mind is project operations does come with a minimum purchase quantity of 20 licenses. So 20 is the minimum. There's actually a special promotion on CSP around licensing, and I was trying to get that information in, but none of the CSP vendors seem to know what that actually means. So there is some sort of special SKU available that allows you to buy project operations and CSP for less than 20. That information seems to be almost impossible to actually get clarification on. But, in a nutshell and kind of moving down the line, 20 licenses is that minimum that you need. Yeah?
Do you want a bit of insight into that?
If you got some insight, then yes.
There's a workaround. You can go back one slide.
Mm-hmm.
So that statement's factually true. Minimum quantity is 20 base licenses. There's no minimum quantity on the attached licenses. So you can attach less than 20 to a higher priced base SKU. So if you buy sales premium, 5 off, you could attach 5 project off licenses.
Yes.
That's the only way that I know. There's no promotion that I'm aware of.
Yes. So first, and this is actually where we have some differences between if we're talking about CSP and EA. Because, for example, EA has a mix and match. CSP doesn't have a mix and match in that. But yes, that is, theoretically, that could be a workaround for that. As long as she actually says it in, yes. And as long as there's that check mark in the licensing guide that allows you to put and attach on a sales premium, that's easy to find out. That's a really good point. So then if we think of the actual upgrade phases, so we've kind of, and again, the reason I talk about the kind of the licensing considerations is that's where there is a huge amount of ambiguity. Like, what do we need to have to be able to upgrade, and what are sort of the moving parts around that? Now, if we think of the actual upgrade phases, so when can we upgrade from PSA to project operations? We have basically a 3-phased upgrade process. With phase 1 is actually generally available right now. So if you are, and what that means is if you are using project service automation and you are basically using it in a very limited capacity, which would mean that you're not using any project tasks. You're basically using the application, but you're not building any project plans. No project plans. That's when you can do a self-service update from PSA to project operations simply by going to PPAC, Power Platform Management Center, going to Solutions, and clicking on project service, project operations, and that'll upgrade your PSA to project operations. But again, if you have any project tasks in your environment, if you're using project tasks, then this upgrade phase is not applicable. Then you have to wait for phase 2. And phase 2 is going to be GA in August. And essentially that means that if you are using PSA to build and manage projects, then you have to wait until August to be able to do that upgrade. So again, if you are considering that upgrade, what I would emphasize is look at those licenses that you have. When are those licenses going to expire? And then realize the fact that if you're using project tasks, then August is the soonest when you can do it. If you're big enterprise, then maybe there's something special that the product team can get you into, but that would be something that would not be generally available. And to be honest, I'm not even sure if they will do anything like that for big enterprise in any case. So phase 3 then is something that happens in the fullness of time. That is not GA yet, and there is really no date for when that's going to happen. Phase 3 in the upgrade path is for WBS limits that are outside the current constraints. So, for example, the maximum allowed number of project tasks that is going to get an increase. That's going to get an increase fairly soon. So this phase 3 would be for those edge case scenarios where you need, like, let's say 2,500, you have 2,500 tasks. Right now, you're not able to do an upgrade from PSA to project operations if you would have that many tasks. Phase 3 would be for those edge cases. So that is one thing to consider. If you are, again, and if you're professional services, I highly doubt that you have 2,500 tasks. So it does sound like manufacturing. And if you're in that boat, then realize that phase 2, you're not going to be able to upgrade in phase 2. So those are the phases. That's how we get to do the upgrade. Now, one of the big questions that I get from customers is, well, how big of an effort is it? Who here has done a PSA upgrade from version 2 to version 3 back in the day? Well, we got a couple, yeah. So version 2 to version 3 upgrade was, maybe it was simple, but there were definitely some caveats to getting that to work. The thing with the PSA to project operations upgrade is that is really automated in the sense that you install the project operations solution, and then from that point on, you're on board project operations. That's the only thing you have to do. You just upgrade the solution in PPAC. However, when it comes to actually project tasks and projects, the actual projects are not automatically upgraded to project operations. So you have to actually go in to actually a project row, project record, and manually upgrade your projects after you've moved the solution from PSA to project operations. The upgrade itself takes about 4 to 6 hours. It's not the fastest, but solution installation can sometimes take time. So it's about 4 to 6 hours that it takes to actually install the project operations solution. And the phase 2 version of that, I doubt it's going to be any different or much different. This is, I'm theorizing here because it's not GA, but the process is the same. And then we just go in and we upgrade the projects themselves. So some additional considerations to make are that the data model in project operations, it is fairly similar to PSA. And, fairly similar gives a bit of leeway. You might consider or have a different opinion that it's completely different. I think it's actually fairly similar to PSA. And the biggest difference really with project operations is that project for the web is again infused. So everything you know from PSA when it comes to that project management experience, that's going to go away. All those plugins and that lack of Gantt chart and that, all of that beauty in PSA, that's going to go away. And project operations is going to have project for the web infused in it. So that is really the biggest difference, in addition to some new features that we do not have in PSA. So actually, those do have an impact as well. Now, the biggest thing here definitely is that that project for the web, that project management piece does have hard restrictions on how we can create, update, and delete what are called schedulable tables. Schedulable tables being, wow, that's a mouthful for a non-native speaker. Those are essentially project task dependency, and so on, and blah, blah, blah. So those you can't just go in Dataverse and just create net new. You actually have to use what are known as the project schedule APIs, which are special APIs that you need to call to be able to actually do cut operations on those schedulable tables. And that's, I think, Sebastian, that's your session tomorrow. And again, definitely attend that session for more insights into the project schedule API. Now, the good thing is that there is going to be, I don't know when this is going to be, but they're getting there. There is going to be a public testing website, a public website where you can test the project schedule APIs. So right now, as of today, if you want to test them, you need to either use, for example, Power Automate, C#, JavaScript, or some other fancy flicky devish method to actually interact with the schedule APIs. They are nearly a pro code approach. Actually, if you really want to implement them, they are a pro code approach, but you can kind of fill your way with Power Automate with schedule APIs. So before those are generally available, if you want to learn more about schedule APIs, in addition to Sebastian's session, check out Docs. Docs has a fairly good article on schedule APIs. Or check out my blog. I have maybe 3 or 4 blog posts on how to use schedule APIs with Power Automate. Why Power Automate? Well, that's because I'm not a dev. So now the nice thing. What is that process of actually upgrading those projects then? So what we do first is we go in and we upgrade the solution, like I just mentioned. So we install project operations. The next thing we do when that solution is installed, we need to upgrade those actual project rows in the database from PSA to project operations. And let me just click back. So what we do is we select a project, and then we select a feature button in the command bar or ribbon that upgrades the actual project row in the database. So we're going to have a confirmation for the actual upgrade. What's going to happen is that confirmation is actually going to call the schedule APIs in the background and do that project upgrade from PSA to project operations. And this supposedly is going to last a few minutes. That probably depends on the amount of project tasks you have. So if you have 2,000 tasks, then it'll probably take longer. If you got 50 tasks, it should be about 2 minutes based on simply what has been told so far. So after the upgrade, you are pretty much all set. After you click that ribbon button, that upgrade goes through, you have a project operations viable project in project operations. So next, these are these nasty 3 or 4 slides where I get to say not possible, not possible, not possible a lot, unfortunately. And this is actually a pretty, there's not too much clarity on how we can really, in what scenarios we can really do that upgrade. It's kind of information that you have to parse from different sources online and then just come up with that big picture of how things actually work. So if we think of the different scenarios, if we think of upgrading from PSA to project operations light, that is supported. That is that path of upgrading from PSA to project operations. Now, here's the shocker. Upgrading from project operations to project operations integrated. Upgrading from PSA to project operations integrated. So you're running PSA, and you're thinking, well, hey, now that I have those licenses that give me F&O on the side, well, let's just re-roll our ERP and go with the integrated deployment, moving from PSA to project operations. You're not going to be able to do that just now. So that is not supported. From PSA to integrated is not a supported scenario. And what's also not supported is moving from PSA to standalone project for the web. And the reason for that is because we're not able to install project for the web in a Dynamics environment. So I can see sounds like some people are scratching their heads like, what's going on here? So I'm going to say again, if you are using PSA and you want to move to project for the web, you cannot install project for the web in a Dynamics environment. It has to be a vanilla native Dataverse environment. So that's in essence, from moving from PSA to project operations, you have to use the light deployment. That's the path that we have. For integrated, I can't say when that's going to happen and be supported because there's no official date, but they are working on that. That's what I can say. They are working on that move from PSA to project operations integrated. So that's going to happen very hopefully at some point in time, again, in the fullness of time. So let's look at the other side of the coin. Let's look at F&O. And before I go there, let me actually check how much time I got, because I don't have a watch. So I got about 8 minutes. That's going to be close. Let's see what happens. So for the F&O side, if we go from classic PMA to project operations light, then that would not be a supported scenario either. Well, that's actually pretty logical because you're moving from F&O to CE, so there's no connect there. One of the biggest unfortunate downsides is that if you want to move from classic PMA, so you've invested in F&O, you've spent your €500,000 or not, if not even more, on your F&O just a few years back, and you love classic PMA, it serves you well, it's aligned with your processes, and all is good. And now with project operations, you're excited, you're thinking that, hey, since I've already got F&O, the biggest bulk of the job is done, I want to use integrated. I want to go to project operations, get that full experience. You're not going to do that. Again, that's not possible, not possible. Like I said, these slides are very negative. I get to say not possible a lot. So officially moving from classic PMA to integrated is not supported. Officially, it is not supported. However, and you who come from F&O will probably understand more about the theoretical constructs of how this could be made. Theoretically, it is possible with customization work to move from classic PMA to integrated. It involves steps such as closing existing projects, doing reconfigurations for integration, migrating projects and their opening balances, and blah, blah, blah. Don't ask me more specifics about that because that's definitely uncharted territory. But theoretically, it is possible, as mentioned by the product team. And then if we then look at another story where we have PSA, which is integrated to F&O with data integrator, that sort of classic legacy way of integrating PSA with F&O using data integrator templates. There's not a supported approach for that either. And the reason for that is because you can only move from PSA to light deployment. If you want to move from a PSA F&O data integrator deployment to integrated, then again, that's not possible because PSA to light is only available. And again, project for the web constraints, if you want to move from project for the web, whether it's in default or sandbox or prod, if you want to move to project operations light, then that would not be a supported scenario either. However, what you could do is have a custom build that essentially takes all your projects in project for the web and project tasks, rolls them up, recreates them as basically custom tables, custom template tables in Dataverse, and then from those custom template tables, you would call the schedule APIs to migrate your projects. So that's actually something that I want to really, really quickly show. I think I have, the session's 45 minutes or 50, something like that. I think I have about 5 minutes. So that's something that I really, really quickly want to show. So let's see here. So again, what is the scenario? The scenario is that I have project for the web, and my organization wants to move from project for the web to PSA's light deployment. Now, despite project for the web being infused in project operations, those restrictions on the schedulable tables are going to present a problem. So in this example, what I have is I have my project for the web installed in default, which always pains me, but that's just how it usually is for project for the web. Organizations usually do tend to use that in default because that's where it goes the first time you fire up a project for the web in the Fluent UI or the React UI or whatever it is, the Office Green UI. So I have project for the web in default. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy, I haven't created ribbon buttons for this for the sake of simplicity. What I'm going to get is I'm going to take the GUID of this specific project. Can you guys see this, or should I zoom in? Is it fine? Zoom in a little? All right. Any better? All right, cool. So I'm going to take the GUID of this specific project, and I am going to run a flow that says network error right here, whatever that means. I obviously have not done my sacrifices to demo gods, so let's see what happens. Am I connected? Yes, I'm connected. Let's do a refresh. Okay. Wi-Fi guest. Oh gosh. There is bad Wi-Fi. The second one? Yeah, the TIC conferences. Yeah, I need the password. I think the password changes by floors. Oh, no, it's connected. Let's see if it, yeah. I actually did it, and yes. So this floor has the same password for it, I guess. So let's run this flow again. Let's try this again. So what I'm essentially going to do is this flow that is running is it is taking all the information from this specific project. So the project, its team members, tasks, dependencies, and yada, yada, yada. And what it's doing is it is moving that data. It's getting that data and actually copying it across from Project for the Web in the default environment to a named project operations environment. And it's going to create a custom staging table. So it's actually going to stage the project, the tasks, the dependencies, team members, and resource assignments in staging tables in the target project operations environment. It's not doing checklists because that's too new. I haven't had time to add checklists to this. And when the copy operation is done, it actually does not take more than a few minutes or a few seconds. By the way, the only way we can do this is to use the legacy Dataverse connector in Flow, which has that environment selector, so we can't use the modern connector. So when we have these staging tables, what we're going to do next is we're going to take the GUID of the, what did I click? Right, let's try this again. We're going to take the GUID of the staging table, and we are going to run a flow that now in the project operations environment loops through, pretty much does the same. It loops through the staging tables, the project tasks, dependencies, and blah, blah, blah. And it calls the schedule APIs. And by calling the schedule APIs, it's going to actually create the same project that we had in the source environment. Now, we do have paid tools for this as well, but this is essentially a free approach. So it's one theoretical approach of actually making this work. Now, you could use this approach for Project Online as well. If you know the Project Online data model and you know what to get, you could get data from Project Online and convert those this way as well. So this is going to take a few minutes to run simply because the schedule APIs are not that fast. We kind of have to have checks and balances when we run the schedule APIs. So we have to wrap up before this flow is going to be done. But the end result is going to look, if we look at the project operations environment, it is going to be, it's going to be the same. So source and destination. So this is a means and a way of doing a migration from Project for the Web to project operations. So it's not all game over, and it's not all just not possible. Some things are possible. All right, so with that, I think we are at time. It's 10 of 5, and we have, I think, one more session before the end of the day. So closing comments. Take the slide deck from the app, go through the slides. If you have any questions, reach out, Twitter, LinkedIn, smoke messages, ask on the community forums, whatever way you can reach people in the community for PSA and project operations. We love to share and exchange information and knowledge. And again, carefully consider your licensing when that is expiring, and what is that migration use case that you specifically have before you promise that to your customer, or you as Mr. or Mrs. Customer think that it's possible to get upgraded. Think of that scenario before you commit to it. With that said, thank you. And I'm going to stay and mingle here.
Welcome to the battle for HR supremacy between Dynamics and Viva. We'll introduce all ourselves in a minute. There's a collection of us you can see is gaggled around. Gaggled, is that a word? I think I've just made it up.
It is now.
Yeah. We will start with a big thank you. I know many of you have seen this today, but genuinely, these events do not happen without the sponsors. It just won't happen without them. So do go and have a chat with them. I've seen a few people out there just sat there bored, kind of. Just go and have a chat with them, see what they're doing, see what they think about the weather. They're kind of bored. So, go and have a chat and then they can tick off their metrics for the day and make everyone happy and make sure they keep making sure these events happen. So do have a chat with them as well. Whoops. So we'll go through myself. My name is Kevin McDonnell. I'm the Head of Practice for Modern Workplace at CPS. I've been working with lots of SharePoint, Microsoft 365, started in financial services, then headed over to the consulting world. MVP for Office Apps and Services. If you like your podcasts, I've had the odd thing that people say it's really nice in the background, just fades neatly into the background, which I think is a compliment. But do have a look for Grey Hat Beard Princess. And I'm also a Viva Explorer, as we all are, and we'll explain a bit more about that later. Anna.
Hi everyone, can you listen to me? It's sounding okay? Okay, so this is me. This is a very old picture of myself, like a year ago or so. But I'm Anna. If you can't pronounce my name, I will invite you a beer. I'm a Dynamics 365 HR practice lead in Accenture. It's a company in Spain. We're Microsoft partners. I am also an MVP of business applications. Well, there are a couple of things that I do. I recently founded my company related with fashion, as you can see, and I'm also part of the Viva Explorers as Viva Aviator because I like to fly, and yeah, that's mainly who I am. And you can reach out. Feel free to send me a message or connect with me if you want to. Well, that's it.
Fantastic. Zoe.
Hi everyone. So as of Tuesday, I am officially the Chief Cat Wrangler as I left my previous job, and I've got a little bit of time where cat wrangling is going to be all I'm doing until I start my next adventure.
And how many cats is it you've got?
We've got 6, and 4 of them are quite big Maine Coons, so it really is cat wrangling. I've spent 17, 18 years working with SharePoint, the last few years working with Teams. And the last 5 years was in a leadership role at a Gold Partner. I'm also an Office Apps and Services MVP and a Viva Explorer. And I'm part of the Women in Teams community as well, so I get super passionate about getting more women into tech and making sure that we've got really visible female role models. And accessibility as well and inclusion. So those are some of the other things that I spend quite a bit of time talking about.
Fantastic. Sarah.
Hi. So I'll get the MVP bit out of the way first. I'm an MVP too. It's very exciting. I only got mine in October, so I think I'm the newest at the front here. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer, focused on Microsoft 365, worked with SharePoint, Office 365, the work since it first came out, since it was called BPOS. Anyone remember that?
Those were the days.
Good. I'm the Viva Realist. That's my role in the Viva Explorer, so it's my job to make sure we know what is actually available now. So that's me.
And can I just check, you're not a founder from Proximo 3. That's an error that I've only just noticed, isn't it? Yeah. Whoops.
When did I become that? Got a new job.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Chirag Patel. I work with Patel Consulting. I've been working with IT generally for the last 20 years as an IT pro around SQL Server and doing DBA, SharePoint, and BPOS, Office 365, the whole thing. So try and keep up with the certifications, and I just speak and host events like M365 UK. So that's probably one of the reasons why MVP is there, but just doesn't mean I just like meeting people. techchirag.com is the best way to get to me, and if I can help you out in ways, then don't hesitate. And yeah, I'm also one of the Viva Explorers, so the Viva Enabler. Just do it, basically, and yeah, get it going. So.
Okay, lovely. So we'll start speaking about what HR does, and we're not speaking about any system. We're speaking mainly about what we do as a department in a company, and we wanted to share with you what's HR capable of. Basically, we all know if we work for a company, we know that HR does recruiting, right? But we also do much wider job, including the onboarding, the development and career paths, as well as benefits and compensations and training. So HR is not only recruiting and sending LinkedIn offers right away, but it's also all these challenges that we face day to day. So it's in charge of the complete life cycle of employees in a company and starting with candidates. That's basically it. And of course, supporting managers' health and well-being. So this is...
So that's what HR does. Then that's what HR are. But what are they not? And there might be some things you think. For example, they're not just there to scare you. They're not there to terrify you. They're like, oh, goodness, HR's here. I'm in trouble. What have I done? That isn't what HR are there for. They're not just there to put out fires because maybe you've got senior manager who said something you shouldn't have done and you're kind of trying to keep that all quiet. That's not what HR is there for. They're also not spies for senior management. They're not just there kind of keeping an eye and go, yeah, we're your friend, and then they pass that information. That is not what HR does. They're also not dietitians, as you can tell, from there as well. So they're not just there to kind of keep you healthy and keep you going within that as well. They also, at least, shouldn't be isolated from the company. They shouldn't be off disappearing, making policies. They should be there, understanding, working with you, working with your managers, feeling part of the company itself, and not just thinking everyone's idiots. And they're also, if you think about the journey, they shouldn't just be there nice when you meet them. They're often the first face you meet when you join a company, and then when you're leaving, for better or for worse, they're not there the people at the end that you speak to. They should be there throughout with you, and they should be able to support you through that as well. So when it comes to HR, what is the employee experience, Zoe?
Brilliant. All right. So before we actually start to look at the tech, we wanted to just take a little bit of time to talk about what an employee experience is, what are the kind of things that matter. And this is probably one of the most overused phrases of the last year, but I'm going to say it anyway, and that is that work has changed. It was already changing anyway, but the pandemic and the fact that we all had to work from home just sped up the changes that were coming. And when we think about the macro context that we're operating in, so from a HR perspective, from a company perspective, there are lots of challenges that they're facing that I think are really important to understand. So anybody who's tried to hire recently will know that there is absolutely a shortage of people who have the right skills for modern work. Work is too complex, and that complexity is only worsening. So we've all got more systems to look after, we've got more notifications going on, we've got more meetings to join, we've got more work to do, we've got longer working days and working weeks. That complexity can only get worse and worse. And then when we look at the companies that have done the best out of the last couple of years, those who really thrived through the pandemic are the ones who were able to pivot quickly, to be agile. And when we look at the employee experience and the kind of culture in the organisation that we're building, it's really important that we think about that resilience that's needed and that need for agility, and design that into the future of work. So this slide, when I put economy on this, I think we used this a few months ago, didn't we? And it was very true then. But actually, if you look at the cost of living crisis, it's even more pertinent now. The economy is facing so many pressures that, again, mean that you need to really think carefully about what it is you're doing, how you're doing it, how your people are doing that. And obviously, part of that does come down to HR within an organisation. And the good thing is, if you get this right, you can have an exponential payoff in terms of the productivity in your organisation. So again, just looking at some of the context, these are some of the modern work challenges that have been highlighted through research from Microsoft in the last couple of years. So you look at these numbers and they're so worrying. You've got 85% of people saying they've had a decrease in well-being since the start of the pandemic in 2020. You've got 70% of people reporting higher stress levels. You've got 79% of people who say they don't have the right skills to do their job. And actually, 79% of CEOs say their people don't have the right skills to do their job. But only 1% of time in a week is given to learning new skills. So that doesn't marry up. And when you look at the fact that we don't have enough people with the right skills, again, this is a massive problem. And then some of the stats that aren't on this. So since the start of the pandemic, we've all got 55% more meetings in our diary than we had before. Teams chats have increased by over 50% between 9 to 5. And then if you look at 5 p.m. until midnight, then what do we mean by that? The definition of this is what people encounter and observe over the course of their lifetime within an organisation. So that start to end that Kevin mentioned. And the way that I like to talk about this, particularly in the context of hybrid work and more people working fully remote, is that when you don't have a physical office anymore, the experience that people have of your organisation through their laptop, through their device, the digital experience, is the employee experience. So if that's crap, they're going to have a crap time. You know, that experience of your culture and your vision and how you work, how productive they are, how much stuff they get done, it's just going to be pretty rubbish. And then lastly, so when we talk about employee experience, when we look at kind of the opportunities for HR and for IT and comms, I think there's some really interesting things that we can start to do with the tools that we've got available to us. So we can start to think about what that employee experience is going to be like. You know, if we know that most of our people are going to be working from home, what is the experience that we want them to have? How do we kind of manage that employee life cycle? How do we give them the tools to do their job? How do we improve their well-being? How do we help make sure that that people can connect to experts in the organisation and access the right knowledge and access the resources and the information about their employment that they need? How can we improve engagement? We're going to tell you.
Well, I think, just very quickly, the other thing, you may be thinking, we're talking about the pandemic's over on there. But the reality is that all these things were a problem before the pandemic. It's just they've been brought to the forefront of people's mind through the pandemic. And now is the real opportunity to make these tools happen and make that changes, which would have taken a lot longer and people wouldn't have seen the value on there.
So we're going to speak about solutions that we have to offer. And this is where the fight starts. So you can record it if just for fun. Okay, so the first solution that we're going to introduce you is the best of the session. That is Dynamics Human Resources. And this is a picture of my environment, my trial environment, where you can see what the platform is all about. I know it doesn't look as catchy as Viva, but we'll get there. We will get there, and we will discuss a few points about the functionality. That's actually, I'm not going to spoil it. But yeah, that's basically it. It's a Dynamics platform designed for human resources processes from the candidate, from the hire to the fire. I really like to say that. It's actually hire to retire. It sounds better, but. Yeah, that's basically it. So this is HR. I hope you fall in love with it. And if not, my fellow colleagues are going to make you fall in love with Viva, because that's what they do with everyone. It's
this is still Dynamics.
It's still?
You got one more.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so this one, if you are involved with human resources, you know that this is a standard slide from Microsoft. And we have the complete life cycle. And we include not only human resources, that basically what systems do with platforms, but we also include managers and employees handling the complete process and the complete information regarding benefits, compensation, organizational structure, of course, and two things that I really like that are self-service and managers of service, where we can, where managers can handle the workforce, and where myself as an employee, I'm able to handle my own processes and information. So that's basically HR, and I'm gonna let the floor to these guys that they do a lot of, I don't know, they show the nice colors of Viva.
So we had Dynamics HR, and I have to admit, before we started doing this talk, I didn't know much about it and didn't realise quite how powerful it was, and it wasn't just for HR and for others. But let's be honest, HR had Dynamics, it was lovely, then Viva came along, and that is the exciting thing that everyone's talking about. Thank you to Andrew Bibby. Is Andrew around? I haven't seen him today. No, he's not coming. Ooh, oh, we give him all that credit we didn't need to borrow. But, you know, Microsoft Viva is the new kid on the block. Yes, quite a lot of the bits in there are actually, have kind of evolved from other areas as well. So let's talk about what it is. And because of that, I think it's really important, whenever I talk about Viva, it is the Viva brand, because there's these 5 pillars now within Viva. I know Glint's talking about coming in next year as well within that. But the core 5 that are within that we'll talk about a bit more in a moment. The reason it's the brand is because you hear a new product from Microsoft, whether it's named, renamed, or anything else, and you think, okay, there's something else I've got to learn, I've got to put in another platform, all my users have got to go somewhere else. With Viva, it's all there within Teams, it's all there within SharePoint, it's in those tools that people are using already day in, day out, especially as we've moved to this hybrid working way. Teams is the hub, and they're apps within Teams. That's the place you go to for that. You've got connections that's there about helping you build connections within your organization, from the organization itself to the employees, from the employees to each other, and to the employees to the tools they need to do to get their job. You've got Insights, which is all about that productivity and well-being. It's about that understanding what's happened. You know, you can come up with these grand employee experience programs, but if you're not measuring what the benefit of those is and how things are changing, you're not knowing what's happening. And in the worlds where Zoe talks about being in that physical space, as a leader, as a manager, you can walk around and you get that feeling for the buzz. If you're sat at home at the kitchen table and your manager suddenly appears behind you and you're not married to her, then it's going to be really a little bit strange. So you need ways to be able to get what that feeling is on there. You need that expertise. You know, Zoe talked about that expertise gap that's in there. You need to make sure that knowledge is captured and that the learning is there, that you can get that learning in the flow of work, not necessarily spending days at a course or coming to a great conference, although that's a good idea as well, but being able to get that in that kind of ongoing flow of work, that micro-learning style. And the new kid on the block, Viva Goals, something I'm very excited about. There's a private preview happening on there, and I think they've announced the GA for in August, so keep an eye on that. That is all about objective key results, OKRs. So making sure not only that everyone as individuals knows about what their objectives are, but the strategy of the company, the culture of the company is aligned with those as well. But I think we're all going to talk a little bit more about the pillars, and I think we have up first Chirag to talk about connections.
Yeah, so, you know, Viva Connections, and like Kevin said, you know, it's a brand, and, you know, it's one of the modules, if you like to call it, or one of the pillars. Essentially, it's your gateway to your modern workplace, right? Now, if you think about it over the last 5 years, for some of you who's been using Microsoft 365, you know, Teams is 5 years old, and you got SharePoint, that's been, you know, there for a long time. But a lot of these technologies were almost separated out. As a user, you would go and hit your tile to go into SharePoint, or you'd go in Teams and, you know, do chats, everything else. This brings all that together. So nothing is new from that perspective, but more importantly, the benefit there is that you know, as a user, you're able to get access to your targeted, relevant content. Yes, it's part of SharePoint, but it's coming inside your Teams, not just on your desktop, but also on your mobile device as well. And you can configure that experience, you know, it doesn't have to be that logo there. You can put your branding logo, everything else. So every time Teams fire up, it's there. What's important about the cultural side of things is, you know, like the point was alluded here earlier, a lot of people are moving jobs because it's paying, right? You know, people are coming and going. You know, companies want to improve their productivity, their you know, balance sheets and everything else. So how do you keep that mobile workforce keep going? You come to that Viva, right? Straight away you got your relevant content. You can, you know, customize to the nth degree of that in order to have your experiences, your tech speak, like the adaptive card extensions, the dashboards, widgets, all these things. And so once you've got that in place, it opens up the doors to all your other areas of the Viva modules itself. And above all, it's free. You know, if you're already using SharePoint,
included, not free.
And I say free in that sense because it's part of your license included in there. So, you know, steps to enable that is very straightforward. You just get one home site off that and you know, kind of run with it. But yeah, the connection is the key part here, because yes, we don't want that, you know, old, died out, you know, content itself. And so therefore, every user gets their own personalized content within that.
Next up, we have Viva Topics. So this is all about knowledge. It's about all that content that you've got within Microsoft 365. You've got your documents, you've got your pages, you've got your emails, you've got your chat, turning that into usable content. And it does this through a combination of AI, and we generally recommend that you actually think about it as well, and you have knowledge experts defined for those. And it will auto-tag content with topics that it finds within there, and you can define those topic pages, and it will go and search that through all the content. And coming fairly soon, I hope, is that you can add additional ones in there. So say you have ServiceNow, say you have things like Confluence, you've got other areas you're storing your knowledge, maybe even, hopefully you haven't, but file shares on premise, you can bring that content in via the search connectors, and you'll be able to access that same tagging that goes on within there. You'll be able to surface that, and that surfaces automatically. So where Chirag was talking about Viva Connections, you've got your great news articles on there. I'm sure some of you have joined a company recently and you've got all those TLAs, those three-letter acronyms, you don't know what they mean. They will get automatically highlighted. You can hover over that, get into the topic card and find out more about it. Find out all the content that's there, find out who the key experts that you can go and speak to. So it's about getting that knowledge to the right people at the right time. It's not just about searching for it. It's about bringing that knowledge where you need it as well. Next up, we have Viva Insights.
Brilliant, thanks Kevin. So Viva Insights is absolutely my favourite bit of Viva, and that's because it focuses on well-being. And maybe this is just because I feel guilty because we deployed Teams to so many people through the pandemic and probably had that negative impact with all the meetings and the notifications. So Viva Insights has 2 levels. Hands up if you get the daily Viva emails. Keep your hand up if you read them and actually do anything with it. Good to see there's a few in there at least. So that is, it used to be called My Analytics, and this is essentially a tool that is included within your E3 or E5 license that provides private insights to you about how you work, your patterns, things that you can improve better, things that you can do better. And it is incredibly useful. So the emails are one part of it, but there is an app in Teams as well that gives you tons of other features in there, which is brilliant. Where I think you get the real power with this, though, is with the organisation level insights. And what this does is essentially rolls up productivity insights for the organisation. It's completely anonymized, so it's not like I can say, right, you know, you've only been working 6 hours a day. So, you know, what on earth are you doing the rest of the time? It's not intended for use like that at all. But what it can do is provide an insight at leader level into the collaboration patterns, the trends, the areas of concern within the organisation, the parts of the business that are consistently working 60 hours a week, or, you know, the parts of the business that might be spending 35 hours plus of their 40-hour work week in meetings, which means that they've got no time to get any work done. And this allows you to actually do something about it, which I think is incredibly, incredibly powerful.
Absolutely. And then we have Viva Learning.
Which, of course, they're going to give to the trainer. So, I
Not
don't
really. This puts you out of a job, doesn't it?
Yes. But no. You know, I spend my life teaching people about these products, and I love an in-person training course, but we can't all go on them. We can't all get to that in-person training course. We can't all take that advantage. And to be honest, it really takes us out of work, and it's not necessarily the most productive way of learning for every piece of learning you need to undertake. And the idea of Viva Learning is it's bringing us bite-sized learning into our workflow where we need it, at the time we need it. So picking up on those topics that Kevin was talking about, we can take those and go and find an appropriate piece of learning about a product, about a technique, you know, soft skills, tech skills. And we can, as a business, deploy our own material into here, video, text, documentation, all to really support the work that we're doing day to day. So it's not just about coming and listening to me talk to you for 8 hours and put you to sleep. No, it's really about embedding that learning and making it a continuous process So come and listen to me, fall asleep, and then go and look at it in Viva Learning as well to really cement what you've forgotten that I told you on the course.
And then the last pillar that's available now that I mentioned was Viva Goals. So this is very much about OKRs. If you haven't heard about OKRs, do look at them. It's a fantastic book called Measure What Matters. Tom Short, if you happen to be watching this, yes, you do need to read that book on there. But it talked about the history and the benefits of it. And it's what Google, that they have acknowledged, they've said this is what made them the company they were. Because it's not just about setting those individual objectives, it's about setting that company objective, that vision you've got as an organisation, and putting real measures against it. I'm sure you've heard about SMART, those specific, measurable, achievable, realistic and time-based. With Viva Goals, you can track those down all through your top-level organisation OKRs, down to your department ones, down to your teams and you as an individual. And you can see how that tracks down from there as well. So you've got that transparency. And it means when you turn up on Monday morning and go, what am I doing? What is the point of this? How is this matching to the company? OKRs give you that visibility because what you're doing should be tied to that and it should link up to that thing. It gives you that thing. I love the story. I went through the training. Viva Goals came from Microsoft buying Ally.io. And they talk about this man who walks and he sees someone building a wall. And he said, what are you doing? It's like, I'm stacking bricks and putting cement on there. Huh, that's nice. Goes to the next person. He said, what are you doing? It's like, I'm building a wall. Right, okay, it's that bit more. Talks to the third person. He says, what are you doing? I'm building a cathedral. He had that vision. He could see that what he was doing applied to the bigger picture. And the point of OKRs is to bring that in as well. And what's lovely with it, you can connect into other systems and those key results, those metrics, you can actually get dynamically from your databases, from Azure DevOps, and coming soon, hopefully, more and more of the other Microsoft services as well. So you're not just manually keying things in at the end of the year in a panic. It's an ongoing conversation that you can check in on as well. So this is all, going too far. There we go, there's a cat on there. Why Viva? You know, we've talked about these nice tools, we talked a bit about that, but the reality is you could build connections by talking to people and getting things on there. You could do knowledge by putting things into nice SharePoint pages. Why is it that you need Viva on there? And the answer is, it makes it easy to do the right thing. We all know that we should book focus time. We should make sure we've got time to actually do the thing, so we're not working the evening. Do you do it? No, you forget. Viva comes in and reminds you and puts that time in automatically when it sees that slot, so you have that focus time that your project managers can book over. But that's a different story. With Insights, one of the things Zoe was talking about, that you've got those measures for leaders, but it doesn't just give you those metrics. It will give you advice on what you can do. So if you're seeing people spending too much time sending mails at the end of the day, it gives you tips like send your mail later so that you're not interrupting others' evenings and things like that. It brings that through. It gives employees the tools with Viva Connections and the dashboards that they need to get things done. It empowers you with the knowledge at the right time, and it helps you learn what you need when you need it. All things you could do on its own, Viva just makes it easy to do that right thing as well. Anna, do you want to talk a bit about the
so we're going to
employee
speak.
life cycle?
I'm sorry, what? Sorry. We're going to speak a bit about the employee life cycle, and because we are going to do a lot of, we're going to speak about what we can do with both solutions, but mainly what we have here is what an employee life cycle, like in the theory, it's all about. So we know that the employee life cycle starts before actually the employee is an employee. So when we're candidates, we're already being part of this journey. And the recruitment, it's really a really important time where if something goes wrong, the complete life cycle is going to be fucked up. I'm sorry, but that's it. And then we have...
Was that bleeped out on the recording?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Not really. But... All right, so then we have the hiring and the onboarding. We all know what that is. We all been there. We all been hired by a company, and we all hopefully had a proper onboard. And then we have some other stuff that is about engaging, building purpose with employees and with managers, as well as the performance. We are going through performance reviews all the time. We have development to achieve something bigger and to keep growing in our career. And finally, we have the depart, the fire, the retire, as you want to call it. And this is what the employee life cycle
Can I
looks
just
like.
say, you can leave without being fired or retiring. There is another option as well.
There is another option, yeah. But this is basically it. And I think that it's a good point to start this conversation around the fight. So
We've got one more. So just thinking about those pillars of employee experience as well. So you've got that life cycle, but Glint talks about their people success pillars. So making sure you consider the well-being of your staff, empowering them. You know, if you want effective people to be effective at their job, you've got to give them the tools they need and the information they need. You've got to allow them to grow. You've got to give them that purpose that they need on there. You need to give them the ability to focus. You can't keep distracted with notifications. You won't get work done. And you've got to help them build those connections as well. Now, one of the things we realise is if you put these two together in a matrix, there are different points where you can actually get involved with tools to help on that. In fact, let's bring the other one in. So if you look at well-being, you want to help engage people, you've got to understand them with the insights on that. If you want to empower people when they're being onboarded, giving them topics to actually give them the knowledge to help learn those acronyms and things on there. So we know that Dynamics HR and Viva sits in these elements very nicely as well.
I did realise we haven't added Viva Girls onto that, have we?
That's a good point. I hadn't thought about that. That fits on purpose, I think, is the key one along that way. But all these things bring together as well. But today is all about the battle. Slightly one-sided battle, but Anna can more than hold her own within this one.
So, I mean, we've talked about Dynamics HR and what that can do. We've talked about Viva and all of the great things that can do as well. So which is it? You know, if you're a HR manager, which of these platforms is going to be the one that gives you that best employee experience? And there are some really important things to consider. So, you know, where does the data live? And where does the data need to live for things like your data residency rules? How easy is it to get to? You know, you've got licenses. So all this stuff's great, but as with all Microsoft tech, there's a price tag that's associated with that. And the more of this you want, the more it's going to cost you.
And obviously, if you've got Teams already, you've got your licenses, Dynamics, you've got to pay a whole load more.
If you got finance, you don't need to pay it.
All right, so APIs integration again. How easy is it to interact with all this data? Come on, get battling.
And you've got search. You know, if you're using, okay, maybe not team search, let's put that to one side, but if you're going through office.com, you've got SharePoint, you've got all that search, you've got all that information, and Viva just helps with that. Dynamics, you've got to go somewhere else to try and find where that thing is, and you've got to log into a system. It's just a pain in the backside.
It's not needed. I mean, yeah, in terms of, we are searching for different things in the both solutions, so that's the main point, but I have to accept that you're right at that point.
And you think about APIs, you've got all your graph, you've got all your data, you know, I've talked about the search connectors with topics. If you're using graph, you've got it all there. What have you got with Dynamics?
Well, you can integrate with several third parties solutions, mainly because we solve some challenges that you don't. And it's not
yeah.
No, but we can connect with, of course, with payroll, and I know it's not your pain point, but payroll and recruitment.
No one cares about pay. Oh, hang on.
I think we all care about payroll.
And recruitment, or this candidate experience, and most important, that is something that I hope that we can work together. It's that for LMS, Learning Management Systems, we have an API as well to connect with that. And I'm really hoping we can do it with Viva Learning, because I think they're really good together.
Best of both worlds.
Yeah.
Well, I think that is the answer. Actually, it's better together, isn't it, Sarah?
I can speak without the microphone, I promise. Yeah, the challenge here isn't really to decide which tool is best. The challenge is to convince our organisations that we need all of these to holistically manage the full employee experience. Otherwise, we're missing steps. There are gaps. As you've seen, the different products have their strengths, but you really need the two together to give you that holistic overview.
And I think the important thing is that it's not just those two together, it's the employee in the middle. That is the important thing when it comes to employee experience. For years, it's always been about the company, it's been about the leadership. Why I've been so passionate about Viva is because it says, actually, we need to consider each individual within an organisation. They are what makes the organisation happen. You need to think about what their needs are and make it happen, whether it's Dynamics HR with the payroll, learning management systems, whether it's given the knowledge they need. That is the absolutely critical thing that you should be thinking about.
Just one more point, and in terms of, if you look about this technology rollouts from an enabling perspective, that data, whatever it is, Viva Learning connecting to various sources, all the analytics you get, that's all getting stored in the respective systems that's coming through. Obviously, if you wipe those connectors, then that data goes, but you're not storing as such on the Viva itself. There is no database, there is no storage for it. So you're still respecting the existing permissions, the security, compliance, even choosing what sites you want to get the data out, because you may have highly confidential content areas like SharePoint sites. You can eliminate that if you wanted to. So you still have that flexibility to pick and choose what comes into Viva.
So I think the one thing I'll close with these two things together is you may think, great, can you just kind of put these in and they'll all work nicely together? No. They haven't been designed, despite it being Microsoft, they're different teams within Microsoft, there isn't that much connection between them. And I think we've come together and kind of gone, this is a little bit nuts, that there is the HR stuff there. It's all about the same thing. It should be as one big package. And we all chatted about this. And Leslie Crook, who's sadly not here, hi Leslie, if you're watching on video, she started to bring a few of us together. So we have brought together the Viva Explorers. I don't know, Sarah, if you want to talk more about this.
So as Leslie couldn't join us today as the second Viva Explorer, it's my job to introduce us. So we are a group of MVPs who are interested in all things Microsoft Viva. And we're trying to help organisations understand what the product can offer, or the products, to be more precise, because there are, as Kevin rightly said, it's a brand name. But we've come from a diverse group of backgrounds, hence the different personas that you see represented by our little characters there. And thanks to Moretta for drawing those. But we're aiming to highlight from our diverse backgrounds what this tool can do and how flexible it really is, where it can see benefits.
And why?
Kat, where are you on there? Which one are you? Oh, Kat's the cheerleader. So we've got our cheerleader in the audience as well.
I think on that diverse background as well, one of the things that really brings that home to me is the fact that Anna, who's a BizApps MVP, has actually got involved, because there are so many parallels when you're looking at the people aspect of it with the world that you live in from a Dynamics HR perspective. And I think it's a really great opportunity to start bringing some of these systems together with the people at the centre, exactly like you said.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I had no idea how far we can go with Viva and how it overlaps with some of the things that we do. But at the end of the day, it's not an overlap. It's more of a
complement.
Yeah, complementing. It's more like working together, because we're putting the employee in the middle. That's what we want, employee in the center. And it doesn't matter if we're office apps or business apps or whatever we are. The main challenge, it remains there, and we need to go forward and try to face it.
And as you can see from the links on the slide, we're not just about standing up here and talking to you. We are going to be putting out much more content. We've got a website and YouTube channel all coming soon. Anybody who's got any suggestions, requests, please do let us know what you'd like to see on there. Or
I would say on the website, we said we're all busy at the moment. I kind of was hoping to have it all absolutely ready for today. If you go on there, you'll see a couple of bits that look a little bit coming soon on there. But do go and have a look and check it out there. You're also probably looking at that link for the YouTube and going, blimey, that's a bit long. If you could all subscribe, once we get to 100 subscribers, then we can give it a much shorter name. So if you all subscribe, then we can make it easier for you, which I know is a little bit of a catch-22.
It is worth pointing out, we don't get paid for this. This is like our own time, volunteering it. Yes, we bring the experience, but it's not just about us MVPs, because we also withdraw that learnings across many groups that happens on LinkedIn and various places. Because if we don't do this, and yes, we know the problems are there with organizations, the challenges, then we're doomed in that sense. So this is the next best opportunity to at least try it out, test it out, and be happy with it.
Absolutely. A couple of things. We kind of went very quickly over a lot of Viva subjects. On that YouTube channel, we're starting to put a combination of shorter videos. We've also put where we've done presentations, they're available. We're putting those up on there so you can find out more about the different items, and we'll be bringing more and more into that as well. The other thing I'd say is important about the Viva Explorers is we want to tell people about Viva and explain why you should use it. But we also want to hear from you the problems you're having, why the challenge is, what it is that you don't understand. And that's where we're trying to feed back into Microsoft and bring those teams with Dynamics HR. Even within Viva, the different pillars are often quite silo. We're trying to bring those together to get that more consistent message within that as well. Which
just before you move on though, Kevin, before we get to feedback, do we want to open the floor for questions?
What I was going to say there is let us know what you think, and we'd love to hear from you. So do you have any questions at all?
I hope you do. You.
All for Anna, yeah?
No, of course not. We have 4 and I'm only one. So do...
Sorry, in the website, on the rollover of that image, will it say who's who? Because I'm wondering which of those images was you, Kevin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, do you know, I thought I was going to get away with that. Yes, so I am the Viva Transformer. I thought I forgot to mention this at the beginning. So my role in this is to sort of say that, yep, you can turn on Viva, but much like Field of Dreams, if you build it, no, they won't come, they won't use it. How do you actually get Viva used within an organization? How do you get that build up? I do a lovely session on building a culture of knowledge with Viva topics on there, because it's not just about turning on the hardware, it's about building that adoption and change and building that culture in there. If you do go on there, yeah, I think it's about us at the top. We do, I think, off the top of my head, we do have who's everyone roles is. If we don't, we will have very.
Do you want to know now who we are there?
Go on, I'll run down with the 5 or 6 units here.
All right, so if you have to guess who's me. Yes, that's me. Okay.
So Anna is the Viva Aviator. Do you want to tell everyone why you're the Viva Aviator?
Because I fly planes. I'm learning to, I'm on the journey to learn how to fly planes.
So it's nothing to do with Viva, but it's a cool picture.
No, nothing. Yeah. No, nothing to do.
So I am the Viva Dreamer. I'm the one that goes and talks to people and gets them really excited about the art of the possible and how great life's going to be when you've got Viva Insights and you're looking after everybody. And then we've got people like Sarah. Yeah. Sarah helps keep me on the ground, and a couple of the others.
So I'm the Viva Realist, so training, telling you about what you can actually do today, not what's coming, but what you can do now with Viva. So that's my role.
Which one is
that? That is the one with the camera at the top there.
Yeah, and I'm the one with my head in the clouds.
And I'm the guy with the spanner. Just turn the configurations, settings on. Because you know what you want, so we'll just do it.
What was yours?
Viva Enabler.
Viva Enabler, yeah. Just do it.
Just do it, absolutely, yeah. It's not going to
You've got the easy job. You just follow the Viva Wizard. Job done.
Job done.
What was it you said in your last session? Just turn on the defaults.
That's it, yeah. Turn the defaults. Obviously not the whole organization, of course. Small people, small groups, and then try it out, and then get the feedback, get the learnings, and then expand. So it's there.
We have Leslie Crook, who's a Viva visionary. She's sort of looking forward on there. We have Stella Hansen, who's... I'm trying to remember what was Stella's role?
I was just trying to introduce you to the Viva
that's the
cheerleader.
Pomodoro, isn't it? It's the Pomodoro timer. I can't remember what.
So Stella's all about focus. If you haven't seen, Stella does a fantastic YouTube series about digital well-being and how you can manage your notifications within there as well. So we do link to that from within the channel. We've got a list of our shows as well worth looking at.
And our Viva cheerleader, you can see, was the one who's shy and retiring.
So yeah, do check us out.
Do you have any questions? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, you working with Microsoft Program Managers?
Both, I'd say, both.
Yeah, we're trying to connect to as many different people. I think I hope I won't get in trouble for saying this, but we're finding it a little bit fragmented. It is improving massively, and I think Microsoft have realised that as well and started to bring those together. And I think as the next financial year comes in, it's improving all the time, definitely. But yeah, we're trying to get through as many different areas as possible.
I'd be very interested if you were looking at building a POC of what an end-to-end experience would look like, joined up as best it can be from HR and Viva.
With Dynamics and Viva.
Yeah.
That sounds like a challenge for us, doesn't it, Anna?
Yeah.
Share us your name later on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
No, it's definitely something, and I think, Anna, you talked about the LMS. It's kind of, there's two different things. How can we bring those together? How can we make sure that, we talked about search. If you search for payroll, it should take you into Dynamics and things like that. Building all those different elements together, it just makes sense, absolutely.
Will that come with Microsoft Search, an extension of constantly adding text and everything? Will that not be something that's going to just roll out?
Hopefully, yeah.
You'd like to think, and if you look at like some of the recent Ignites, they've talked about some of the Dynamics modules where they've got integrations coming into Teams. It may be that something like that happens at some point, but like Kevin said, it's all quite fragmented within Microsoft, and you've got people just working on their own stuff in different places. So.
Yeah, well, you got to bear in mind as well, I mean, that searching experience, it forces users to go and search for things, right? And yes, parts of the search experience is dynamic. When you go to it, it's just there in form of search results. But Viva is still underlined by the whole employee experience. And I think it is still early days because a lot of that, depending on what direction it goes, the whole idea is to make that experience as easy as possible through those things.
And Tony, you will know from the years of SharePoint, you just turn on search and it works, doesn't it? You don't need to do anything at all. So I think there's going to be things that need to happen to make sure not just that it works technically, but you're getting the useful results that come out. Sorry,
and
Sarah.
while we're waiting for them to link it up, let's put an entry in our custom search results to point to payroll and send it into the HR app as well, include the link, because we do have that ability. It's not ideal, but it works for now.
Yeah, and add links to things like employee self-service and manager self-service onto that Viva Connections homepage, so that when they're in Teams and they go to their intranet, they've got a really easy route to get into all the stuff that they need. So some of it, hopefully will start to talk to each other, but there are things that you can do to signpost between the different systems.
I think we're in early days, and this connection is going to improve a lot. We have to work on it, and I think it is kind of our work to show up,
Visible.
Yeah, make it visual. What are the opportunities here with the solutions? So I think it's a very good time for us as Viva Explorers and as consultants as well to showcase what we're capable of doing together. I feel like we're going to leave this conference with lots of work to do.
Yeah.
And you don't have to be a Viva Explorer. You can explore this yourselves. I know a lot of you in the audience are already consultants. You're all working in these fields, working with your customers. Feel free to explore it with them and go back to Microsoft through us if you want. And let's help make this tool or these tools together what we need from them. Not what Microsoft think we need. Did I just say that
I'm aware. Yeah, and on video. Are there any other questions or from that? Because I'm kind of looking at time and thinking it's getting near to beer o'clock, and I don't want to be keeping you away from that.
We don't want to stand between any of you and a beer.
Or wine or gin or whatever is your tipple of choice. So thank you very much. If you do have more questions, do come find us. We're all floating around sort of tonight and tomorrow. So come and have a chat.
Thank you very much.